like to call the August 16, 2021 Wilson School Board meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Casper?
Here.
Dr. Kennedy? Mrs. Cocker? Mr. Martin?
Here.
Mr. McCray?
Here.
Mr. Negrini?
Here.
Mr. Schneider?
Here.
Mr. Hart?
Here.
9 present, 0 absent.
Please stand for the pledge of the flag. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Maravich for a solicitor announcement.
The announcement on rules for public participation for the board meeting pursuant to the Sunshine Law, Robert's Rules, and board policy. The following are the rules of public participation. Individuals attending the meeting are expected to conduct themselves in a responsible, respectful manner, does not disrupt the meeting. Public comment is not question and answer, but instead is an opportunity to offer comments on matters that are or may come before the board. All comments must be directed to the board as a body and not to individuals. Clapping, calling out, or cheering is not permitted, nor are conversations while in the audience. Individuals may not approach the board tables at any time. Individuals shall speak from the lectern. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. I give a hands up or high sign when it's down to 1, and then the buzzer will go off at 1, so please wrap up. Any persons making any threats, personal, offensive, impertinent remarks, or any person becoming unruly will be removed from the meeting or will be cited by local police. The above expectations are outlined in Board Policy 903, which is contained on the board's on the school district's website, embedded within board docs. There was a request timely made for one person, I believe, to video. That's permitted. Please do not block anybody else's view of the meeting, but there may be someone from the audience videoing tonight.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Dan Weber for introduce graduates.
Good evening. So I have the good fortune of announcing that we had 4 additional students meet graduation requirements over the summer, bringing our total to 526 students to graduate from the class of 2021. And from our best estimates, we believe that the starting number was 535 possible, which is a fantastic number. So we're really, really pleased. So we want to acknowledge our 4 additional students who completed their graduation requirements over the summer: Jordan Good, Amelia Catchell, Natalia Elmet, and Justin Strunk. Please join me in congratulating them. I do not believe that they're in attendance. I think they're resting after catching all that up. They got extra school for free, so that was really nice of them. But ultimately, we're so proud of them. It speaks to their perseverance and grit to finish up and everything. So, yeah, we're really proud of them. So, any questions?
Weber, I'll do my official by the power vested in me by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the State Department of Education. I now pronounce these 4 individuals as graduates of Wilson High School, class of 2021.
Yes, thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Okay, public participation. I believe we have 31 people wanting to speak on agenda items. Mrs. Cocker?
Yes. First
excuse me, Mrs. Cocker. Yes, Mrs.
sorry.
Carroll. Okay, want to walk them over real quick?
You're on items.
Agenda.
And some on.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Cocker. Thank
Okay.
you.
First is Ankit Shah.
Sorry, just have to lower it a little bit. Good evening. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. I'm an emergency medicine physician here in Berks County, but I also have children within the Wilson School District. So I wanted to first make an impassioned plea based on my emotion, and then hopefully counter some of the emotion, hyperbole, and drama with some science facts as well. I work in the emergency room. I've seen the ravages of COVID firsthand, not only in adults in phases 1, 2, and 3, but in the last few weeks on children as well. I've intubated, meaning putting children on ventilators more in the last 2 months than I did in the last 3 years combined. I'm scared. My staff is scared. We're stretched to the max in our capabilities. Berks County does not have a pediatric intensive care unit. Not allowing kids to be socially distanced or masked or kept as safe as possible from COVID is going to overrun not only our system, but then pediatric ICUs in Philadelphia, Hershey, and outlying counties that were also struggling or will struggle with phase 4 or wave 4 of COVID. So I'm begging as a physician who sees the ravages of these children gasping for breath, struggling with hypoxia, I'm begging, please, 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 let's reconsider the usage of masks in our school district, especially as our numbers continue to rise week after week after week. Now, to the science of it. There have been many arguments raised about masks not working and masks causing oxygen levels to be depleted or carbon dioxide to go up. Here's the reality. An oxygen molecule is 0.2 picometers in length. Our carbon dioxide molecule is 0.5 picometers in length. The COVID virus, which is made up of molecules, is about 5 microns in diameter. An N95 mask, which is the gold standard I wear for 12 hours a day when working a shift, reduces the risk of the virus by about 98%. A surgical mask, like I'm wearing right now, reduces the risk by about 80%. And even a mask that a child wears from home, from a t-shirt they cut up, will reduce the risk of COVID by 50%. Not so much because of the virus going from the mouth out, but because the virus is part of a water droplet, a respiratory droplet, mucus. So the masks do work, not 100%, but effectively enough to help reduce the risk. And really, we cannot completely prevent the risk in the age group where the vaccine is not approved yet, but these measures, especially the mask, will help reduce the risk of transmission dramatically. Again, along with that, you guys as a school board, you have to look at the whole body of children, not a child. I firmly agree with everyone who says my child is my child, and I have to do what's best for them. Me as a physician, you guys as a school board, we have to look at the greater good as well, and we have to look at children, not just a child. And so while I fully support parents' rights to take care of their child, as a school board, it's incumbent upon you to take care of the body of children in total. Lastly,
You need to wrap up.
I'm sorry?
You need to wrap up.
Wrap up? Okay. And lastly, I just, again, want to make an impassioned plea. We've had reduced numbers of flu and RSV because of social distancing, because of masking. I'm worried that these numbers are going to go up without masks and without social distancing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Denny. Jennifer Denny.
Just want to remind the crowd our protocols. Please refrain from applause and cheering, and so that we're treating both sides of the issue the same. I did make that comment at a previous meeting, and we're going to hold to that.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw is a hard person to follow, but my name is Jennifer Denny, and I am here tonight on behalf of myself and my husband, Daryl, who is not able to be here due to work. We felt the need to speak up after being very disturbed by the tone and content of many of the comments at the last few meetings. The discussions on masking to date have been largely emotionally based, but I hope the board will move away from the emotions and look at the situation logically, relying on the most recent science and data and the advice of medical professionals, like Dr. Shaw and Dr. Ajakudo, who are here tonight. Every major professional medical and health association is recommending masking in schools for grades K through 12. The CDC, the AMA, the American Association of Pediatrics are just a few of the dozens of associations. The experts' recommendations are based on the science and data that exist today, which has changed from even a month ago when you first addressed this issue. Our country is experiencing a significant surge in COVID cases due to the emergence of the Delta variant, which is twice as contagious as the original strain. This variant is hitting unvaccinated individuals the hardest. Currently in Pennsylvania, 66% of children aged 12 to 17 and 100% of children under the age of 12 are unvaccinated. It is also impacting younger age groups more significantly than previous variants. In fact, the number of US children hospitalized with COVID this week is the highest of the entire pandemic. I think the one thing that everyone in this room can probably agree on is that we want our children back in school in person this year with as minimal disruption as possible. Mandatory masking is the scientifically proven way to reduce the risk of the spread of COVID. And as Dr. Hoffert pointed out at the last meeting, having all students masked will eliminate the need for quarantines when, not if, positive cases occur in Wilson schools. We can learn from what happened at other schools in states that have already opened and had optional masking. They experienced immediate outbreaks. This led to closures of dozens of schools and the quarantining of thousands of students and teachers in Florida, in Georgia, in Nevada, in Arkansas. Several of the impacted districts have reactively mandated masks due to these outbreaks. We can avoid this by being proactive. Beyond the health and safety risks, a significant COVID outbreak will have direct financial costs on the district in terms of sick leave, staff coverage, building cleaning, school closures, and even future health insurance costs. In closing, as board members, you have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interest of our entire school community. That means making proactive, science-based decisions that ensure the safety of the largest number of children and staff, that minimizes disruptions to the school year, and that limits the financial costs borne by taxpayers. Making the decision to mandate masking at this time is the best and most cost-effective way to meet your fiduciary obligations. Thank you for listening.
Vinti Shaw.
I'd like to start by saying that regardless of how we feel about masking, we're all united in two factors. One, we unequivocally love our children. Two, we know that they want and need in-person learning. What we need to do now is figure out a way to make that happen safely. As a mom, it is imperative to me that my child is safe at school. For me, it's not just physically safe, it's also emotionally safe. And over the last few weeks, she's been asking me why it is that adults are no longer taking measures to keep her safe at school next year, even though she's not vaccinated. We've heard many arguments against masking, and I'd like to address a few. Number one is that they encroach on our freedoms. It's true, they do. In a functional society, it is impossible to have complete and utter freedom. There's historical precedence here. Take, for example, drinking. I'm an adult. I can get drunk if I choose. What I cannot do is drink and drive. I cannot say it's my right, it's my body, I choose. When public safety is a concern, it is reasonable to encroach on these freedoms. Masks cause depression. Depression and mental health are definitely an epidemic right now. However, if we open schools recklessly without masking, we are inevitably going to have a outbreak and shut down. The social isolation that will follow will cause more of depression in children than the masking will. The third argument is that masks don't work. They do. Masks work. Science has been shown. I've sent you a letter signed by 70 healthcare providers in Berks County. Masks are not 100%, but then nothing is. Look at helmets. Look at seatbelts. However, we know that masks decrease transmission. We know that based on expert consensus from American Pediatric Academy, CDC, the Infectious Diseases Society of America. This is a panel of experts. They did not get their information from Google, Yahoo, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, CNN, Fox, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. They are highly trained physicians and scientists. These physicians have gone through college, med school, internship, residency, possibly fellowship, and followed this with years of clinical experience and/or bench research. Please do not take their guidelines lightly. Ask yourself this: if there is an outbreak and we lose even one child, are we going to be okay knowing that we bypassed this very simple measure? Look around you and ask yourself, whose child would you be willing to lose? Which child would you be okay losing? This is not fear-mongering. This is the reality that the community is asking us as physicians to face. As a hospice physician, I have signed many death certificates over the last year due to COVID. Please do not make me sign those for children. As a physician, but more importantly as a mom, I implore you to seriously enforce
Please wrap
masks
up.
and conduct contact tracing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shova John.
Good evening. I'm Shobha Jain. I have 3 young kids in Wilson School District, all below the age of 12. So here I stand and request all of you to think twice, or even more than that. I can only talk about my children. But as a whole, there are every parent here who's considered about their children. But my request is, as others have mentioned here before me, please make the mask mandate. Now, since the school is in person, every kid is at school, absolutely there's no social distancing. Last year there was an option, so the kids were spread apart, 6 feet apart, the cafeteria was closed, so it took care of that. But now all kids are together. And now some of them would say, oh, my kids are getting suffocated, I cannot see their smiley faces. No, suffocation is no. Smiley faces, I agree. I also want to see my kids' smiley faces. Which would I choose? See my kid's smiley face or my kid in the hospital? So I don't want that. So I trust in all of you. When you make a decision, as everybody says, you as a group, you have to think of all the children in the district. I would definitely request you to please make a mask mandate. Thank you.
Amanda Burley.
Hi. I was going to get up here tonight and talk about all the facts in support of universal masking. I even had a whole thing typed up with citations because I used to be an English teacher. But when it comes to it, I think everyone knows the facts at this point. Everyone knows that the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and a host of epidemiologists, doctors, and public health experts are urging schools to adopt mask mandates. We all know this, so I'm going to give you my mom opinion instead. I'm the mom of a 7-year-old who is super excited about starting 2nd grade. He can't wait for school to start again. I also have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. I have to admit that last September I was very apprehensive about sending my son to 1st grade in person. I thought there was a pretty good chance that school would be closed again in October. But Wilson proved that with appropriate accommodations, our children could safely return to school during a pandemic. And I want to say a big thank you to all the teachers and staff who made that happen. They're amazing, really amazing. A crucial part of those accommodations, though, was universal mask wearing. It worked. We all saw how it worked. And our kids, our families, our teachers, and school employees were safer because of it. Not only that, the kids are already used to it. They've already had a whole year of wearing masks. They can do this. Frankly, the kids are way more adaptable than we are as adults. There were multiple days when my son forgot to take his mask off when he got home. I had to remind him that he didn't need it anymore. It's annoying at times, but it's not a terrible hardship. If we allow masks to be optional, it will result in COVID spreading in our schools, which will cause unnecessary illness, possibly even loss of life in our community. In addition, it will also be disruptive to our kids' learning. I don't know about everyone else, but our family struggled during those weeks we had to do virtual learning. I'd turn around from helping my 7-year-old to find my 1-year-old dumping out a whole box of Cheerios, or my 4-year-old coloring with Sharpies. So it's safe to say that I really don't want to have long stints of virtual learning, which would certainly happen if COVID spreads unchecked in our schools. Making masks optional also puts the burden of responsibility on the shoulders of individual children instead of on our community as a whole. And that's just not fair to the kids. It's a community problem which requires a community response. I hate having to constantly explain to my children why they are the only ones wearing masks somewhere, why they're the only ones following CDC recommendations. This isn't a burden that belongs on my 7-year-old's shoulders. It's our job as parents, educators, and responsible adults to do the right thing here. With the school year about to start, we have a chance to do a couple things that I'm constantly trying to teach my kids. Follow the directions and do it right the first time. Because it's a lot easier to do it right the first time than it is to fix things after everything's gotten out of control. For example, last year at Christmas, we gave our Lego-obsessed son an almost 2,000-piece Lego set, which he really wanted to put together on his own. After hours of work, 157 steps, in fact, he came to me in frustration because it wasn't going together right. He and I dissected it piece by piece and found that he had accidentally skipped step 23, which threw off the whole truck. More than 100 steps had to be undone to fix it. Let's not do this with our kids' lives, health, and education. There's no skipping steps here. If we don't start the school year wearing masks, almost done, we're going to be like my son and his Lego truck. And just like him, we'll have a much harder time fixing the problem than it would have been to do it right the first time. Thank you.
Jessica Gold.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I am a mom here of 4 kids in the Wilson School District. This year will be my son, my youngest son. He's starting kindergarten. Today's his birthday, actually. He's 5. I'm petrified to send him to school. I didn't send him to school last year. I remotely taught all of my children with the excellent program that you guys offered. And I really was so hopeful to send them back this year, and now I'm petrified again. And I have all, I love all that science, excellent. And I didn't want to come here tonight with that because I knew he would hear it. I'm just here as an impassioned mother who's physically shaking. I'm also a teacher. I can't even think of the possibility of losing my child. I can't think of losing anyone's child. I love every single kid I meet as if it were my own. The fact that we can't just take, or the fact that it's a question or a debate to put this little thing on your face, oh, so sorry, to protect little people, big people, old people, sick people, immunocompromised people, to just protect your neighbor is just infuriating to me as a human being who just thinks personally that everybody should just love everybody, but that's neither here nor there. Safety first, and I want my kids to be safe. And that's just what I came here to say. I beg you to keep my children safe because I'm doing everything I can. And I need you to help me do what you can because you're in the position to. I can only keep them so safe. I've kept them home. We've not gone on vacation in 2 years, since last March. I'm doing everything I can. Just please. Thank you very much.
Bunmi Ajikutu.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, staff and teachers and community members. I don't only represent myself and my husband. I come on behalf of many pediatricians in our county. If our goal is to keep school open, there will be no way around masking our kids this school year, as of what we know today. I'm just going to give you a little timeline just for review. This time last year, our goal was how do we keep them alive and well? And many people did all they could, including school districts like ours who went over and beyond. By the end of last school year, we had a good 15 studies that showed that masks worked very well, 10 of them in the US, some from other countries. The languages they used they showed a decrease in transmission indoors, a decrease in community incidents, decreased hospitalization rates, decline in new diagnosis, decrease in risk of infection, decrease in per capita mortality, decrease in economic impact. You can look that up on the CDC's science brief. By the summer, we had studies that had now been showing exactly what measures that we put in these layered measures worked best. Masking, cohorting, and social distancing, contact tracing if the infection got through the school doors. North Carolina 1 million student studies is one of those that showed that most well. By then, we established that we were starting to see that kids could spread the disease, which we didn't think they could. Mask was helping. By the summer, they went to camp, they lost the mask, and wouldn't you know it, they spread it just as well as everybody else. Wilson conducted the family surveys between July 22 and June 22 and July 8th. The CDC updated its website with this information on July 9th. Delta arrived and started moving through our communities. By July 19, American Academy of Pediatrics changed the recommendations we were all hoping for at the end of last school year when we thought we would be in a much different position. The CDC followed shortly. I just want to say, if our goal is to keep school open, now we have a strain that is 1,000 times more transmissible. We are all learning together what it's doing to children and people who are unvaccinated. We know for sure that isolation is not necessary. Mental health complications for our kids, loss of just socializing in sports, let's keep them in school. We don't want them home virtual learning.
Please wrap up.
We know that contact tracing is going to help. Please don't take the mask away now. It's one thing that has been proven and can still help us get through this school year in person. Thank you.
Nicole Bowman.
Hi. Hello. I may look familiar because I spoke in front of this board a few years ago to ask you for more recess for my children and all the children in the school. And that's because we all know how healthy it is to be outside, breathing the fresh air and have that break. And I was so impressed because you really listened and you implemented a policy, and all the kids in all of the elementary schools now have 2 recesses a day, and you even continued to do it last year with all of the wonderful COVID protocol you had for the students who were in person. So thank you so much for that. As you can tell, I'm here again because school health and safety are extremely important to me. I believe every child deserves a healthy, safe environment where they can learn and grow. Little did I know when I spoke here a few years ago about recess, how that concept would be forever changed by a virus. So, a little bit about what I've been reading in the news lately, and you may have also read over the weekend that schools in the South opened with optional masks, and there are some situations that are a little alarming. In Cobb County, Georgia, schools opened on August 2nd, and now they have more than 700 COVID cases among their students and staff. On Wednesday of last week, the entire 5th grade of one school in that district was sent home because so many children had tested positive for COVID-19. Sadly, you might have read in the news or seen on the news that in Broward County, Florida, which also opened without mask mandates, 3 staff members, 2 teachers, and 1 teaching assistant have actually died of COVID-19 since their schools opened there earlier this month. So the thing is, my kid's going into 5th grade. It's his last year at Green Valley, and he's so excited to be going to 5th grade. How do we protect him, his friends, and his teachers? Please listen to the public health experts, the doctors, and the scientists. Please follow the protocol that they're asking for. And just back to recess for a second, because it's important. Since science shows that very few cases of COVID-19 spread in an outdoor environment, please allow the students to have recess, be outside, participate in outdoor learning, eat lunch outside without their masks, and then they can be free and you can see their smiling faces when it's safe when they're outside. Thank you.
Ingrid Olson.
Hello. I came tonight to talk about 2 different things. One was the Equality Task Force from the last meeting. My name is Ingrid, and I currently have 2 sons that will be attending Spring Ridge Elementary. I am in complete support of the Wilson Equality Task Force and policy. I personally have seen and been through situations where this sort of task force and policy could have been useful. I honestly don't understand why anyone wouldn't support their children learning more about their peers or learning how to be empathetic to their peers. I feel like some people are only thinking of this Equality Task Force and policy as it relates to race. However, it is so much more than that. It is a task force to help all children of different races, children with different disabilities, children who currently know English as a second language, and so on. This is something I would think everyone would want their children to learn how to work with their peers. I currently work for a global company, and we started a diversity and inclusion task force. And we now make sure that we include bids from diverse suppliers with every purchase. Our term of diversity is for women-owned, veteran-owned, African-American-owned, Spanish-owned, Asian-owned, and disability-owned businesses. If we allow our children to not learn this now, it will only be setting them back. This is a part of our business world already, and we could help our children be a step ahead. For the children who currently don't feel like they are included, we need to change that. If we don't, the statistics of what will happen will likely be that they will lack the basic skills they could have learned in grade school, which will make them behind their peers and will likely lead to them to get government assistance. If we change this and we include everyone, we are helping our society as a whole. I also don't understand why learning about things that may be uncomfortable or bring up uncomfortable conversations would be bad. I know in school, I never learned about what happened to African Americans in Tulsa, Wilmington, and what happened to Black Wall Street. It seems we always learn about Black crime, but white criminals aren't lined together and discussed in terms of their race. I feel like privilege is having history rewritten so that we don't have to acknowledge uncomfortable facts. Racism is perpetuated by people who refuse to learn or acknowledge this reality. Please see the positives in this rather than looking for the negatives. My oldest son is 8 years old and has already been involved in 3 situations at this school that this task force and policy could have been helpful. It's sad that I have to explain to an 8-year-old the ignorance of race differences. Thank you.
Molly Aviles.
Hello, I'm Molly Aviles. I'm also here for my husband, Eugenio. He's home because we have 3 kids. So my daughter is 7. She goes to Spring Ridge Elementary. And I don't agree with everyone before me, but that doesn't mean that I don't love them as other humans. I think that my children were given to me to be raised because their creator knew that I would take care of them the best way I knew how. I don't think that anyone else, unless I gave them a reason to think I didn't love my kids and wouldn't do everything I could to take care of them, my rights shouldn't be taken. And I think every other parent should have that right too. If they want to mask their children, go ahead, and I will teach my child to respect their decision, your decision. It's just another thing where we need to stop fighting and maybe just let each other make the decision that's right for their family and learn how to respect each other despite our differences. My daughter had an incident where she was made fun of last year because she accidentally called a kid a wrong name because she couldn't tell who it was because of the mask. That it's just not right. They can't tell who each other are. She didn't even know what her teacher looked like for a while. And she called a teacher a wrong name. It's just taking away a lot of their social learning, learning how to interact with people. And she also comes home and her mask is wet and gross and disgusting. And if we're going to require them to wear masks, I think the teacher should know when they maybe need to hand out a new one. Because coming home with a mask that she's been breathing through that's been wet all day, you can't tell me that that's healthy. Also, I put this in my email to you all. I know there's a lot of parents in other school districts who are looking for a school that will still give them the choice. Not to say that other parents' choices are wrong, but just to continue to allow parents to make choices for their children, where maybe we could be a district where people could come if they still wanted that opportunity. And we have every right to move if we don't like it here. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Lisa Marie Stonaha.
If you recall, there was a survey that was sent to your teachers, faculty, students, community members, and parents, and the response was overwhelmingly to keep the choice of masks in the parents' hands. Now, if the board is under the impression that something has changed, one would think that they would send the survey back out and ask us again versus assuming you know what we want. The Pennsylvania Department of Health and Governor Wolf still refuse to impose a mask mandate and will not dictate that to schools. In fact, in a Pennsylvania Senate hearing on August 6th, it was admitted that because we are no longer under an emergency declaration, the school board does not have the legal authority to mandate masks. So again, I ask, why are we here? It's becoming a joke. Every time, every meeting, we have this vote. Recently, the CDC lost a lawsuit brought against it by the state of Florida, with the judge stating that the CDC was overstepping its authority without scientific or legal basis. Judge Mary Day pressed the CDC to show them evidence to justify COVID-19 restrictions. The CDC could not, but the state of Florida could. And they showed evidence in the CDC overstepping, specifically with a study of masks on kids. They took masks that were worn by kids for 5 to 8 hours and then sent it to a lab for testing. They detected the following alarmingly dangerous pathogens on the masks. Half of the masks were contaminated with one or more strains of pneumonia-causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with one or more strains of meningitis-causing bacteria, and another third were contained with dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens. This is why many of us who have done our research are asking to keep the choice. We've already lost several students to charter schools, online schools, and private schools because of the community's frustration with this vote. And while some may say, who cares, every community member should care, because when they choose a charter school, whether in person or virtual, Wilson is required to send funds from their school to these charter schools. If this continues, this will impact our taxes. Masks should be up to the parents. The current policy as it stands allows for masks. If a parent wants to send their kids in masks, they have every right to do so. Likewise, if a parent wants to send their kid without one, they should also have the right to do so. Voting to mandate masks is sending a clear message to us as parents that you do not trust us to do the right thing and you knew better. Please keep masks in the decisions of parents. Thank you.
Jeff Janakovo.
All right. Let's not call this policy anything other than what it is, posturing for control. In May, June of 2020, this administration and board had zero issue canceling graduation in the name of safety, and then the very next week permitted the origination of the George Floyd protest march to originate on these school grounds. Both could have been permitted. Again, not one at the expense of the other, but both. So let's not sit here now when at the height of COVID, you were in direct contradiction to yourselves in the name of safety. Let's not sit here and pretend that the CDC hasn't had back and forth leadership this entire time, leading to a great amount of distrust by some in the community, namely myself. On January 23rd, 2020, Dr. Fauci said, and I quote, "There's nothing to worry about." I went to Las Vegas at the end of January 2020 for a trade show. That trip had many people from China, namely from the Wuhan province, because of the trade I'm in, that's where a lot of the product originates from. My blind trust in that expert science and medical experience bit me in the rear end. A week later, returning home, Monday after Super Bowl Sunday, I came down with COVID, spreading it to my sons and to my wife, who has MS, which is an autoimmune disease, where 2 times a year, in January and June, her immune system is stripped bare via IV therapy. For the doctors in the room, that's Ocrevus. You can look it up. I never would have gone had he said things differently. So yeah, pardon my mistrust. We've had different guidance on masks all along. Do not wear them. Wear one. Wear two. Get a vaccine, you won't have to wear a mask. Now that you have a vaccine, wear one. So pardon us in the community if we have a hard time trusting this board's deference to the CDC and other experts. Can this board clearly identify what our goalposts are and where is the end zone? When will this end? Why do you constantly defer to experts while abdicating your local authority? How do we explain to our children this school over here is optional while one over there isn't? As an example, if we're to follow the BCIU so blindly as we seem to do around these parts, why then, after nearly a month of them abandoning their COVID-19 tracker, a tracker which has yet to make its way back on their site, are we not using our own local authority? Your own poll showcased the will of this community. You've not sent another poll. That leaves people like me to wonder why. You don't want to see the answers again from this community. So wear a mask if you want. For students with learning needs and where masks are an impairment, it is directly against some of the very inequities you seek to solve for everyone at Wilson. Could it be you only care about certain aspects of equity, the ones you can score points on within your inner circles? So please vote to keep masks optional. Use your local authority. It's what we voted you in here for, and it's what we're here to do going forward.
Thank you.
Tammy Keener.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak again tonight. I have a picture of the side of a box of masks. On this, it says, this product is not a respirator and will not provide any protection against COVID-19, coronavirus, or other viruses or contaminants. So if these masks are, I would like to see the studies that these doctors are talking about and the science and the data. All patriots and parents and residents here will probably speak on the scientific facts, and they have been with their opinions, and I don't believe I need to cover that. I am speaking the fact of last week's meeting at Southern Middle School. A lot of lip service, stated well, but meaningless, using semantics to cover equity of opportunity as an oxymoron, pitting equal outcome versus equal opportunity. Slick. Equity, as Rush Limbaugh used to say, the soft racism bigotry of low expectations. President Biden stated it by saying poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Removing biology with gender identity, removing algebra with Common Core, now pushing equity as racism and Marxism to pit our children against each other by the color of their skin. This is exactly how World War II started by Hitler, taking control of the education of the children, making school fun with sports and play, taking away religious beliefs and replacing it with government propaganda, taking away free speech, guns to protect themselves, making gun-free zones where, by the way, most of the shootings take place. The rationing food, and before they knew it, their freedom was gone. I am passionate about our history because I lost 2 uncles and almost lost my father in World War II, and I served myself. We live in a constitutional republic where we are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It is the parents' right to explain divorce and blended family, not your right. Your job is to educate our children and not indoctrinate them, and I do believe the support of all the parents here are on my side. Let Wilson be the star example of doing the right thing. Stop this nonsense and get back to basics. Thank you for your time.
Jameson Beatis.
I'd first like to give Dr. Faley and his assistant superintendents credit for facing the community last week at the community forum, serving as the sacrificial lamb for the board members who support the cultural Marxism of equity and also who refuse to allow for open dialogue isn't an easy task, because there is clearly a majority of this community who opposes such a policy. While I noticed that some of the, let's say, careful political speech was being used by Dr. Faley, and I disagree with a number of his points regarding the issue, I still respect that he and the assistant superintendents at least had the courage to face the public and answer questions in open discourse. Open discourse is clearly not what the PSEA union members employed by our district want either, as evidenced by the extremely selective applause from the groups of Wilson teachers present at the forum. It was ironic to me that one of the very few people who actually came to the mic last week and supported the cultural Marxism stated her opinion regarding systemic racism as fact, and that there's, quote, no debate. This is the problem we face. One side wants discourse, the other says you're either with us or against us. There's no room for debate. 2 weeks ago, board members accused those of us who oppose postmodern Marxist doctrines as spreaders of disinformation. Word to the wise, just because you disagree with people doesn't mean that they are lying. Accusing the public, especially your voting public, of essentially being witless peasants is par for the course for the intellectual elite of this country, i.e. people with education degrees who call themselves doctors. I'm also concerned with these board members' criticism of the brilliant letter written by a Wilson alumna read by Mr. Negrini. I hope these members realize that they called this young woman essentially an Uncle Tom through their implications that her views were cherry-picked and that she doesn't understand her own oppression, whatever that means. Finally, the fact that there is now a third vote for this masking policy shows the absurdity of all this. Masks are your virtue-signaling clothing accessory. The risk for vaccinated people dying from COVID is less than the risk for walking across the street. Think that's disinformation? Read the CDC data and do some simple math. The physical and psychological dangers to children from wearing these masks that we have seen far outweighs the risks of COVID. If you vote yes to force my son to wear a mask again in school, consider yourself a child abuser. Forcing children who have infinitesimal risk from this disease to wear masks in school is pure insanity. They are far more at risk from the seasonal flu, for which we've never worn masks. If you vote for masks, you sure as hell better vote for them every year then. Otherwise, your vote here is pure hypocrisy. But isn't hypocrisy the name of the game? Our kids might soon be forced to wear masks in school, but celebrity presidents can host maskless birthday parties with 500 of their rich and famous friends. Rules for thee, but not for me. A vote to keep masks optional, i.e. preserving parent choice in the matter, is a vote for freedom. A vote to force children to wear political virtue signaling accessories while in school is a vote for totalitarianism. Live free or die.
Alicia Geiger.
Good evening, everyone. I hope my teeth don't chatter. I'm freezing cold. First of all, I'm not sure where the one doctor got his information, because I've literally been calling the hospitals, and there's maybe 1 or 2 cases in the hospital. That's coming direct from the hospital. And I have also read the CDC study on masking, and if you get beyond the first few paragraphs where it sounds like it's all great and it does decrease, if you get down really close to the bottom in small print where it actually prints the science, it decreases the spread by 1%. Okay, these masks are ridiculous. Anyway, children have a 99.997% of survival rate from COVID-19. They have a higher risk of death from the flu. Let's review the data from the CDC. In the 27-18 flu season, 643 children died. In the 18-19 flu season, 477 children died. The 29-20 flu season, 434 children died. Comparatively, 423 children have reportedly died from COVID-19 as of August 11, 21. That's all from the CDC. That's less child deaths from COVID-19 than from each of the last 3 flu seasons. But wait, the 423 reported deaths in children from COVID-19 is over a period of 20 months, not just over a 4-month winter flu season. This means that the risk of death for children from COVID-19 per season is even lower than the flu, perhaps half as low. And the CDC's COVID-19 death count includes 18-year-olds, whereas the CDC's seasonal flu death count does not. It's only to age 17. This suspicious CDC reporting inconsistently skews the COVID-19 child death numbers higher to those who aren't paying attention, which is obviously most people. After some digging, I also found some statistics. The more accurate number, it goes to talk about 0 to 17, and it's a more accurate number that reduces the children's actual risk of death compared to previous flu seasons. Also from the CDC, it's important to keep in mind that children who die from the flu or COVID often have serious pre-existing conditions. So while it's sad that these children died, they had severe comorbidities, probably more than 1 or 2. Children with underlying conditions, including obesity, were found to have nearly triple the risk of COVID-19 associated deaths. Dr. Marty McCarry's team at Johns Hopkins found a mortality rate of 0 among children with no pre-existing medical conditions. So please, let's keep the real science in mind and make the right decision.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Elgin.
Good evening, thank you, and thank you for everybody. I think this is a discourse, that's why we're all here. And thank you guys, I appreciate the time you commit to the care and education of our children. I think lots of facts and different studies have been shared. I think we agree on that we'd like to keep our schools open. I think the tricky part where we are right now is we have a different disease. Everything we've known, everything we've seen over the last 18 months is a different variant. So we actually don't know how the Delta variant is going to affect kids. All the numbers that have been quoted are for a completely different virus. not Delta. So as we try and navigate, how do we accomplish our goal of keeping our schools open and keeping our kids safe in an era of a once-in-a-100-year pandemic with a disease that we know nothing about? Why is it a hard choice to say, let's do the safe thing? And while masks may not be perfect, as we've shared with multiple conversations, nothing is perfect. We do the best we can. But we do know that we're stuck in a situation with an unknown disease. And I would hope that we could all come together and say, no children should get injured by a disease that we don't understand if there's something simple to protect us. Thanks for your time.
Dr. Suzanne Cotter.
Move quickly because everyone wants us to go quickly. Hi, good evening. I just want to let you know that I come here as a mom who happens to be a doctor. And you guys are in a pickle. Wow, this is really not fun. Everyone in this room should look to the left and look to the right on the board, and we all want the same thing. We want school open. We want a year full of sports and activities and doing things. But we have a problem this year. Last year, in August, we chose to mask when the cases were half of what they are, and they were a different strain. The strain is different this year. The strain is more contagious, and as Dr. Elgin already said, we really don't have full data, and I know that's frustrating for people because they want black and white on what the impact of Delta is in the pediatric population, the adult population. We're starting to get lots of data from the South, and it's looking concerning. So you guys are in this situation where you have our desire to go back to school, a different variant, and double the spread. So what do? We talk about ways to mitigate. You're doing everything you did last year except for one thing. We're making masks optional with a respiratory disease. That's not great. That doesn't seem like the best way to follow science and follow data. So I think you're stuck because Berks County is in a different place than it was last year. People are frustrated, but we have to do the right thing for a respiratory virus. And as I've sat at home and watched these board meetings, I have thought about things you guys have thrown around. I live in a dual doctor household, so COVID statistics is like weather every day at our house. So we talk about it, and there's a lot of discussion. And there's two things that kind of come up. One of them is, this isn't a big deal for kids. It's not a big deal, don't worry about it, and if you're worried about it, get vaccinated. Well, unfortunately, we live in a community where a little over 50% of the population's vaccinated. We have less than 30% of the kids who are going to be in school vaccinated. In our elementary school, no one's vaccinated. And then we don't know how the virus is going to roll through the community. The other discussion is, let's listen to all sides. Have we listened to all sides? Masks don't work. I understand the masks don't work. So what I did today is I actually talked to the author of the anti-mask op-ed in the Wall Street Journal that was August 8th, Dr. Messinger, and I actually posed this question to him. And I said, what do I do? Truth be told, I was an academic physician before I lived in Berks County. That's why I was able to get a hold of him. And he said to me, vaccinate every adult who's going to come into contact with a kid. We can't do that in Berks County, and that's a personal choice between a person and their physician. So what do? I think what we need to do is really think about how do we keep the school open? We keep the school open by asking people to look at where we are in the disease, and because we're in a very substantial to high rate right now, we put a mask on. We're not talking all year. We modulate with the disease, because if we don't, there's going to be outbreaks and school will close, and we all lose. Every person in this room loses because we lose the school year. No one wants that. Thank you for your time. Good luck.
Gwen Hill.
No one needs to run. I don't start the clock till you get to the...
I'll open with a joke. When I spoke 2 weeks ago, I said this was a big night out for me because I work in Medicare. Well, I brought my husband, so now this counts as date night, right? Because there's so. Anyway, masks. Here we are again. So my kids and I were everywhere this summer, as we were last year, from theme parks, boardwalks, concerts, indoor, outdoor, YMCA camps, Wilson camps, reading stuff, you name it. I'm very fortunate that we're able to do that with them. But guess what? What happened? Nothing. Everybody's fine. Nobody is sick. Same thing as last year. And now you want to mask them up again. I think that is just cruel and unnecessary. Like others that have spoke, I would want the choice for my child. It's not, basically, one of you actually said this 2 weeks ago. Where does this end? Where do we go? Where does this end? It doesn't end. It's going to be doing this for years unless people like us, moms, dads, and kids, take a stand and say enough is enough. Some food for thought, literally. Over a year ago, restaurants reopened. I'm sure probably majority of us in this room have been to a restaurant since then, if not multiple times. And you have to wear your mask to a table, right? And then they've relinquished that, now they're bringing it back. Is it any different with the kids in the cafeteria this year, they're gonna be in the cafeteria, or last year they were eating at their desks? Does the virus suddenly disappear when they take their masks down and eat? No, and there was no issue. It's just hypocrisy at its best, and I just had enough of it. You can basically clearly see in this room who wants what. It's very easy, and I just want a choice. You can't give my children Tylenol without my consent on Skyward, but then you can basically obstruct their breathing all day without my consent? I don't think that that's fair at all. Facial expression is integral to human connection, especially in young children who are learning how to signal fear, confusion, and happiness. Covering a child's face is like hitting the mute button on your TV remote. It can cause robotic and emotionless interaction, especially kids who have IEPs. How does another year of masks not have a long-term effect on our kids? Our children only get one childhood. It's not the government's job to protect my health or my children. It's the government's job to protect my rights. If we continue to trade liberty for safety, we're going to end up losing both. I co-parent with my husband, not the government and not the school district. One thing I wanted to share about my son going to second grade last year, he said that he had the best last day of school ever. And I was being a smart aleck. I said it's because it's the last day of school. And he said no, because his teacher took her mask down, he could see her face, and she hugged him. And he really loved his teacher. I thought that was so sweet. One last point that I wanted to make is that I find it very interesting that 3 adults in this room were at church with me on Sunday, which was only yesterday, without masks, and there was more people in that room. And now you have your masks on. So just wanted to let you know.
Leslie Scroy.
All right, good evening. Yes, my name's Leslie Scroy, and I have 2 boys that are going to Whitfield, one who's going to kindergarten and another who's in 3rd grade. And I'm coming to you about the choice for masks. And the reason I am is because last year was one of the most difficult years of my life, because with wearing the mask, my son was sick 7 times. I received a letter from the school that said if he was sick anymore that he needed a doctor's note or it would be unlawful. He had respiratory infections, he had strep, he had croup, he had the stomach bug twice. He lost 4 pounds over the months, and going to the doctor, we tested him for Lyme, Epstein-Barr, leukemia. He slept on the floor during the days with black eyes and was pale, and they had no idea what was wrong with him, except the only thing the pediatrician could think of was the mask. There was a mom who was up here who said that there are 11 pathogens on the mask, those including pneumonia, strep, Lyme, E. coli. So when we think about this, let's think about how students wear masks. They eat them, they lick them, they sneeze on them, and what Wilson teachers say, flip it around. That's what they tell the kids, flip them around. So now their germs are exposed on the outside. So all I ask is for it to be a choice. If you want to wear them, absolutely. But I don't want to go through another school year of having my child sick and possibly thinking that he had leukemia.
Todd Staub.
My name is Todd Staub. I also come on behalf of my wife, Wendy Babbitt, who's an infectious disease doctor, who did write you guys all a letter. And I'm going to try something different because everybody's talking about the facts, medical community, and everybody's speaking from their heart. And a lot of people are very frustrated with how the CDC handled this COVID pandemic. And some people who responded from the board stated such to my wife. And I said, okay, well, that makes sense to me. But at the same time, you know, it's okay to be frustrated after 1 year of a disease we don't quite understand. We may not quite fully understand it for a decade, 2 decades. And how I'm going to relate that to you is by education standards, okay? We all know, and there's been many years and decades where people say, hey, the education of the United States is losing out to other countries. So what do? We went to new math and then core math. And we reevaluated. And does that really work? Well, after decades, they'd say, well, these are the points that work, so we're going to take that moving forward. As far as I know, core math has really been implemented since 2008, 2010, and we still don't know if it works. But you're still going to take those points that you like and move forward. And I think that's the same thing we should do with COVID. Do masks work? If both people wear it, yes. Okay? If there are bacteria that they're culturing off of these masks, it's because it's on their skin already. It's in their respiratory tract. You're getting cultured on these masks, and that's what's being cultured when they do these scientific studies. They're not scientific, it's basic science. So when you look at the health of an individual, particularly my daughters who are in school, you stand there and you err on the side of caution. And that caution should be number one. And to ignore that, you'd be ignoring the same type of groups who are saying, hey, you should have car seats. Nobody's arguing car seats. The American Academy of Pediatrics says, hey, you should implement that. They also said you should have your child in school and you should wear a mask. To me, that's erring on the side of caution. So if you're going to spend all this time arguing the facts, just err on the side of caution, okay? Because if you don't err on the side of caution and you're wrong, and one kid gets sick, doesn't matter if they die, but if they have long-term complications, to me, that is negligence. I don't go and ask somebody else when I'm in a room saying, hey, I'm going to do a skin biopsy on somebody. I'm not going to go ask the pharmaceutical rep down the hallway, should I ask this person? Should I go do a biopsy? No. You look at the expert, and that's who makes the decision. You don't do your own research, okay? That's why people go to school. That's why they spend all their time. They learn what's best for the individual. Thank you.
Andy Rowland.
Good evening. I just simply want to voice my support for wearing masks in school and putting the safety of all children first. My daughter will be in Whitfield this year, and she does have a compromised immune system, as I'm sure some others do as well, and I support erring on the side of caution. Thank you.
Penny Hartwell.
Hi, I'm Penny Hartwell, and I'm asking you to vote no on requiring masks for this upcoming school year. I began to gather a bunch of studies to share with you regarding the dangers and ineffectiveness of masks, but I realized I only had 3 minutes, so I had to select one. But before I get into that, I do want to say that I do respect the doctors that spoke and gave their opinion tonight, but I also have many friends who are doctors across this country, and they just unfortunately are not in this school district that they can come and speak, who also have scientific data that speaks to the opposite. So I think with anything that we do need to look at science and data and know that, you know, if you're going to get a knee surgery done or you have a problem with your heart, you typically get more than one opinion. So, you know, for example, the carbon dioxide levels, studies from the American Medical Association say that they're breathing in 1.3% of carbon dioxide, which is 6 times the safety limit that children should be breathing in. So in my opinion, I'm sorry, that's not something that should be looked at a different way. And I could go on with a number of other studies, but I wanted to choose one that has been spoken about this evening already, but I want to go a little bit more in depth. And it was because, as a parent, this was the group of parents in Florida They were down in Gainesville, Florida, and I know that masks weren't required, but this particular school did require masks last year. And the parents were very concerned because they were concerned about what contaminants were found on the masks that their children were forced to be wearing all day in school, thinking about how they took them on and off during breaks, how they set them down on different surfaces, and wearing them in the bathroom. And so what they did was they contracted with a lab at the University of Florida's Research and Education Center to be analyzed for the contaminants. The masks were worn by children from ages 6 to 11, and they were worn for 5 to 8 hours, and one of the masks was worn by an adult. They did have a control group, which was a t-shirt that a student wore, and then also new masks that were at the school but were never worn. I do also want to mention that the masks were washed, freshly laundered when they went to school, or they were brand new when they went in. So these weren't masks that they had worn before. The findings were the t-shirt that was worn by the student and the unworn masks were the controls. There were no pathogens that were shown on the controls. Samples from the front, top, and the bottom of the t-shirt found proteins that are commonly found in the skin and hair, along with commonly found in the soil. On the masks that were worn, there were 11 deadly diseases, as we stated. These included germs such as diphtheria, pneumonia, meningitis, tuberculosis, E. coli, sepsis, Lyme's disease, Legionnaires. As a parent, I am much more concerned about my daughter wearing a mask which provides a warm, moist environment for bacteria to grow, and her contracting one of these diseases rather than COVID-19, which has a 99.997% recovery rate in children. I and every parent in this room and in our community have the right to make a decision that is in the best interest of our child's health. So in the spirit of the proposed equity, let us all make the choice to decide what is best for us by voting no to making masks required for the upcoming school year. These are the studies. I know you get a lot of
Please, we got one more speaker. Thank you.
Scott Case, sorry, handwriting. What?
So I want to start actually by thanking you. I can't even imagine how difficult your task is, just putting up with some of the comments from people here in the audience. I have to say I'm incredibly impressed at your ability to just sit there and take some of this. I wrote you a letter, sent you an email, Scott Case. I told you how much I hate masks. They're itchy. I hate them, absolutely hate them. But I want to address my points here in a slightly different way. I am not a lawyer, but I've watched Law and Order a couple of times. So the question is to like Dan Becker, Jay Negrini, the lawyers in the room, would you on the school board allow me to make legal decisions on behalf? Would you take my legal advice because I saw a couple of episodes of Law and Order? My dad's an architect. I've watched HGTV. Would you allow me to design the school for our kids? Would you trust my expertise because I watch HGTV? I've seen the car shows, right? And they drive them really fast, they race the cars, they fix them. Would you let me, because I've seen a couple of television shows or seen Fox News or CNN, would you allow me to repair the school buses at the school? My guess is you probably are thinking, you probably want experts to make those kinds of decisions. You probably realize that simply watching CNN or reading the New York Times or watching Fox News isn't going to make you an expert at something. But in this room, we've actually got people who are experts. They actually went to law school and learned law stuff. They went to medical school and have had practice saving people's lives. They've learned what it takes to protect us. My simple request is that you actually listen to the experts rather than someone who watched Law and Order or HGTV or found someone on the internet that disagrees with the experts. Please, you have expertise. You wouldn't let me teach in the school because I can't demonstrate expertise. Why would you let me say the doctors are wrong, we don't need masks? Please, please, require the masks. My daughter wants to be in school, in-person learning. I cannot listen to another day of her crying upstairs because she can't learn online. Please require the masks. Listen to the experts.
David Weimer.
Good evening, and thank you to Dr. Fadley and your team for addressing the community this past week. I think it was a very worthwhile discussion between the community members and the administration, so thank you. I was surprised that we did not have board participation, but that's everyone's personal choice, like masks. I did have a point, and it's only on 6.1, Mr. President, and that is on the superintendent's report for approving the district goals. And that is, I would just ask the board to make sure that if there are qualitative measures, that there are examples set so that, you know, lay people can understand what it is that you're targeting. And on the quantitative measures, that where there's opportunity for quantitative measures, that you actually put a metric to the goal so that it can be measured throughout the year and throughout the 3-year period that is being suggested. So I do appreciate that you've delivered on your 7 goals, and that the board will have the decision to either approve them or clarify them. So if you get an opportunity to clarify those goals, I would suggest that you look what success looks like, you address any costs that are involved, and that you use metrics and baselines for the items such as collecting data and monitoring success indicators. You want to compare it against the baseline. So again, thank you to the board for overseeing this. These look like very representative goals and worthy goals to aspire to. Thank you.
Preeti Sharma.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Preeti Sharma. I'm a board-certified pediatrician working with Children's Hospital of Philadelphia at Lancaster General Hospital, Penn Medicine. So that's what I do. So I'm very thick with the disease out there. So I stand here not only on behalf of my own children, but also of the children of the community, and also being an expert in the field just because I had to be, not that because I really never thought that I'll become an expert in a pandemic disease. I would rather have done cardiology. So I, like you and all of you in this room, unite in the fact that I also care about the well-being of the children and also of the teachers and also of the other staff members in the school and also in the bus. Okay, so we have heard enough from other experts about the evidence of CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics, and also most recent update from yesterday, Dr. Francis Collin from National Institute of Health has also issued the same statement. I have the papers with me, and I'll leave it for your for you to have it. Delta variant, as most of us know, is 40 to 60% most infectious. It is actually making people hospitalized early and require oxygen early than the COVID-19, the native COVID-19 that we were facing last year. In the last 5 days, I have myself examined, taken care, and hospitalized children from ages 4 weeks to 17 years with COVID pneumonia, 4-week-old, which I have not done since last 1 year at one given point. So it is 161% increase in hospitalization as we compare from the same time last year, the August 2020. It is a very significant disease burden. Now, we are in Bucks County, so let's practice mindfulness, and then according to that, let's focus on what we have over here. That Bucks County right now, as of today, August 16, 2021, is categorized as a very high risk by the definition. And what it means is, very high risk means is that we have more than 12 new cases per 100,000 population every day. Which is over 160% increase from last 2 to 3 weeks. And it makes us, it is a lot of disease burden and risk to a vulnerable population, which includes and is not limited to unvaccinated people, which actually for you and me includes 100% of the children in elementary school and 50% of the children in middle and high school in Berks County. Not all the children are vaccinated, and in 50%, only 30%, out of the 50% who are vaccinated, the data is 30% have only gotten 2 doses. Okay, some of the myths I wanted to address. I've been hearing that mass sampling. When I was a med student, I did a study in microbiology of taking samples from the soap bars.
You have to wrap up. We have a lot of other speakers. I'm sorry.
And so soap bar, which we have in our houses, has more microbiological flora than the mask. And the other thing is I have
Respect the other speakers this evening.
Beverly Hauk.
Hi, everybody. I actually came to speak specifically about a couple of things that are listed in your health and safety plan. One of the things that I was concerned about, because in my occupation I had to speak directly with the Pennsylvania Department of Health as the mask mandate became optional and things like that. And the conversation that I had with them was that because the state of Pennsylvania was no longer going to be implementing anything officially and not giving strict guidelines, they were, however, directing us to the CDC. And the CDC was making it very clear that children 12 and under, when they're indoors, should be wearing masks. So that was back when they were just opening everything up, when everything was where it was then. Obviously, a lot of people have already spoken about the way it is now. But on your plan, one of the things you talk about is busing and not requiring masks on buses. And I'm concerned that you're quoting it as saying that you are going to be following CDC guidelines. Specifically, the Wilson Plan says, after consideration of current CDC guidelines, masks will be recommended but optional on all school district buses. On the CDC website, in its K through 12, it says CDC's order regarding mask wearing applies to all public transportation conveyances, including school buses. Passengers and drivers must wear masks on school buses, including on buses operated by public and private school systems, regardless of vaccination status, subject to exclusions and exemptions in the CDC order. So I just wanted to put that out there because there's definitely a misstep between, as I am reading it. I also want to say, never in my life did I ever want to become as well informed as I've had to become, and even knowing where to find this information, much less standing in front of all of you. I would like to say, though, that we're talking about being experts in things. The one thing that all of us in this room are experts on are our children and what they need. What we are not experts on are the things the doctors are the experts on in this room, and so the best that I feel as a parent I can do is to listen to those experts and I hope you do the same. Thank you.
David Hinkle.
Thank you. At the end of June, the COVID cases in Berks County were relatively low and trending downward. I thought optional masking was fine, and the CDC was not recommending universal masking in schools at the end of June. Then starting in July, the cases have gone up. Nationwide, they've gone up tenfold. And since then, as everybody has pointed out, the CDC guidelines have changed to match that increased threat. As school board members, your most important job is to keep the kids safe. The COVID health and safety plan presented by Dr. Hoffert at the last meeting balances the precautions taken with the current COVID level threat. As the threat goes up, the precautions go up. As the threat goes down, the precautions go down. I know this is a tough decision to make, and there are strong opinions on all sides. But I know that if I were in your shoes, I would not feel comfortable overruling CDC recommendations on how to best keep kids safe in school this fall. Some of you at the last meeting expressed concerns about children missing school days due to quarantine or even being sick. That is one of the major benefits of Dr. Hoffert and the administration's plan, is that it effectively eliminates the need for quarantine. If children are wearing masks, then they don't have to quarantine if they're exposed. They would only have to quarantine if they were actually sick. So adopting the proposed update to the plan would significantly reduce the number of days that kids would miss school. Thank you for your time and attention, and I hope you'll vote to adopt the reasonable proposal from the administration as an update to the Wilson Health and Safety Plan. Thank you.
Laura Crick.
Sorry, I made you wait the longest. First, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak for my daughter, for my family, and for those in the community. I appreciate that. And thank you to all of the other folks that have come and spoke and shared your perspectives and comments. I really want to thank all the doctors who've been dealing with this stress and challenge that this pandemic has brought to all of us these last few months. I'm not going to reiterate what you've heard already. I wrote and pulled references from several research studies and things like that, but I'm coming to talk as a concerned mother of an 8-year-old in an elementary school. This district has 5 elementary schools. Most of those students don't have the ability to get a vaccine. And health and safety is important. It's not a choice. We have a choice. We can keep them home, but none of us seem to want to do that. I haven't heard anybody talk about the Wilson virtual option. Last year, it was fantastic. I kept my daughter home all year. And I'm so grateful for this district giving us a teacher who spent an entire year figuring out how to keep a room of 18 second graders engaged. It was amazing. I'm so grateful for that opportunity. But that choice isn't there this year. I've asked questions. I sent information requests about the virtual option, and there's not a lot of information on the website about what's available for the elementary school. If the masking option's not available, it's a concern to me because there are so many kids who will have so many other community risks brought into the school. And with the transmission rate of Delta being an R7, it's a word problem. Third grade, they learn lots of math and word problems. An R7 transmission rate in a classroom of 25 kids, that's a third of the kids. That's a fraction. Just a fraction of the kids who would have to stay home. And if we have to quarantine because some of them don't have masks, that's an entire classroom, maybe even an entire school. I think this is something we really need to take into consideration as you look at this health and safety policy. You've referenced the CDC in it in the original draft, and I recognize time has changed since the survey was given, since the information was put together.
and I hope that you look at the new information and the data and the rate of transmission risk as you put forth your plan and make adjustments so that we can take the current community situation and the risks into consideration as you protect our children. I want to have a choice. I think everybody has a choice, and that is what our freedoms bring us. But the choices are not the same as they were last year. And I'd like a choice for my daughter to be in school, knowing that all of the kids there are protected with a mask. Thank you.
Henry Seidel.
Nobody's having any fun here tonight. I didn't want to come here and speak about masks. Most of you probably didn't want to either, but because we thought this was settled. But deep down, I think I knew after the other meeting it wasn't going to be settled, because this is never going to be settled. It's a virus. Viruses do what viruses do, and viruses are going to keep doing it. And if half of you in here are scared of it, you're going to be scared for the next 10 years. Okay, at some point we have to deal with it. And I had COVID. I'll tell everybody I had COVID. I coughed a lot, didn't feel 100%. 12-year-old daughter, never had a symptom, thankfully. We've been very blessed so far. I'm not an expert on the Delta virus, but there's going to be another mutation after the Delta, and there's going to be another one after that. Over the next 2-3 years, I would bet you we're going to go through 2 or 3 versions. And we're going to have this discussion again, and again, and again. And the reason there's so much friction is because we no longer trust the CDC, because they're inconsistent. It changes every couple months. The governors change every couple months. Fauci changes every couple of months. And we're sick of getting yanked back and forth and all over the place. We didn't send our daughter to school previously, not because we were scared of the virus, because we didn't want her to have to sit there the whole day and breathe her own carbon dioxide and whatever else that mask would trap and whatever else that mask would have in her face. Thankfully, we're blessed. We have a healthy daughter. She's wonderful. We're blessed. We probably don't know how blessed we are. But she said, "Dad, I miss my friends. I want to go back to school." So we let her go. She went hybrid. She had a great time. And again, we're blessed. And we don't know how blessed we are in this country. We got a lot of stuff going on right now over in Afghanistan. And I'd like everybody to clap for the veterans in this room. But this mask thing is never going to end. So if you want masks, just say now we're going to wear masks for the next 5 years or drop it, because we're just going to go on and on and on. And I've had enough.
Mary Turner.
Hi, good evening. I spent a lot of time thinking about what I was going to say this evening, and planned on coming here to talk about equity and the importance of it. I think it's very important to talk about, but I think right now I don't want to say anything that the doctors and the professionals that have been dealing with this virus on such a more significant level than any of us could imagine. And I want to basically just first say I apologize to the board for not standing up sooner as a community member, as a parent, and watching school board meeting after school board meeting and what you have to sit there and deal with. And I'm sorry that I didn't stand up sooner or do anything sooner, not just for the masks, but for the equity policy especially. I'm nervous, as many people know me. I'm very outspoken. I have a lot to say, but I don't like public speaking, so I just wanted to say I'm sorry and thank you so much for all the time and effort you put into our district to make it safe for all of our children, because when your child doesn't wear a mask, You're putting the teacher who's going home to her at-risk child at risk. You're putting the child who has asthma at risk. You're putting others at risk. We live in a community. If you want the benefits of the community, you make sacrifices for the community. Wear your mask. It's one simple thing you can do to protect your neighbor and the children of our district as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Angela Nolan.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight, and thank you all for being here and listening to everyone. I come to you tonight as a mother of 2 girls going to Whitfield Elementary. We purposely moved into the Wilson School District. I went to Wilson up until later in high school, where I graduated from my missing. My missing is now having the mandatory masks, so I applaud them for that. So I have 2 elementary school girls. They're not vaccinated. One just turned 9 over the weekend and 6. I miss a whole school of unvaccinated children. If vaccination is the way to keep it out, that's not an option. What can we do to keep them safe? Is wear a mask. I was blessed enough last year to do the remote option. It was a virtual teacher. It was with a teacher. We really came together as a family, and I got to watch my kids really grow and excel last year. It wasn't ideal, let me tell you. Never in a million years I think I'd be having my kids school from home. I don't want it. I want my kids in school. They want to be here. They want to be with their friends. But to send them in, not being vaccinated, having nobody else vaccinated. Yes, I would have them wear a mask. That's my choice. But if your kids aren't wearing masks and they're carrying the virus, that puts my kid at risk who's wearing the mask. So I just please ask you to vote yes for the mask for our kids. Thank you.
Elizabeth Bayless. Sorry, sometimes handwriting's a little.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I have 2 kids who are going to Wilson School this year, and I'm not prepared at all. Like, I was literally walk in and they asked me if I want to say something, and just made a last-minute decision. And I am no experts, obviously. I'm telling you, I'm no experts. But I'm a mom, and I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and from what I understand, that it's not just the CDC or the experts or the doctors or the medical people gets to decide what to do with my children's lives. It is me as a parent, as a mother, who gets to decide, who gets to make decision what I want to do with my children, whether sending them to school masked or unmasked. And it was very hard for my daughter last year. She started kindergarten, and she was completely frustrated with wearing the mask. And my older daughter also was struggling with that. She told me in the beginning, she's like, I don't want to go back to school because I don't want to wear a mask. And she was 10 years old at that time. And I understand and respect all the fear that's been going on in the community. This is something that we don't understand. This is something that we don't know. But I also know that when the students in the classrooms, when they're eating lunch during their lunch break, everybody takes down their mask. Every one of them, every student takes down their mask. And I mean, I'm there. You can only tell them so much to keep distance from the other students. Only so much you can tell them. But most of them really don't listen. You're like separating two students, and next thing you knew, there was like 10 students just like gathered together, maskless, during their lunch break. So I'm just gonna tell you, like, this is what's going on. Like, you know, so like, there's like 20 or like 40 minutes or 30, 40 minutes of students running around without masks during lunch, their lunch break, and then, you know, or like wearing them in, not appropriately. And how is that making any difference? And another thing, like, I don't know, I just want to ask you to like keep the mask optional for our kids. And also, human body have dealt with viruses for thousands of generations. And I understand that this coronavirus is serious things, but I think, I don't know, like we have dealt with like viruses for so many generations. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Melissa Shorel.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Shorley. I'm the mom of two 10-year-olds who are going into 5th grade this year. And we are very proud to be part of the Wilson community. We love our school. The kids love Wilson. They want to be in school. I believe that to be part of a community, there's an implicit obligation to help one another. In this case, I'm talking about an obligation to keep each other safe. And it does require sacrifice, but that's something that our country has been built on, that we all are proud of. And I would ask that you listen to the experts, and in that sense of community, require masks for all students and staff, and do the rest of it and go further and keep them separate while they're eating as much as possible, and review busing and things like that. Thank you very much.
Michael Hassan.
Sorry, thank you. As a parent of 3 children in the district, 2 that are one in elementary school, 1 now in middle school, who are not eligible to be vaccinated yet, I just ask that you please require masks in schools until at least they are eligible to get vaccinated. As a teacher myself, if you decide not to do that and you make it choice, I think you're setting your teachers up for an absolute management nightmare. What do you say to a student whose parent has emailed and said, my student should not wear a mask in school, and the student comes to me as a teacher and says, I don't feel safe, I want to wear a mask? What do I do as that teacher? My student doesn't feel safe in my classroom. I think that as administrators, you need to prepare your teachers, if that's the choice that this board makes. You need to prepare your principals to answer that question as well. That's scary for me as a teacher. And conversely, if I have a parent who says my student needs to wear a mask in class, and the student refuses to wear a mask, says I don't need to. I don't have an answer for that as a teacher. But I know I'll be asking my principal that question next week when we go back to school. Secondly, I'd like to say that I am in support of anything the school does to promote equity in this community, hands down. And third, I'd like you to please find it in your budget to purchase new uniforms for the marching band. They are falling apart. They are on your field every football game at home, and those uniforms are threadbare. This week, the moms got together and were re-hemming the uniforms for, I think they're 20 years old. So please, if you could make that happen. I wouldn't want a wardrobe malfunction on the football field. So yeah, thank you, and I really do appreciate everything you guys do for our community. Thank you.
Megan Epler.
Hi, my name is Megan. I just want to say thank you all for all you do. Up until March, my dad was a school board member for the Muhlenberg School District, so I know the position you guys are in, and it is very difficult. With that being said, I still would like the masks to be optional and up to the parents. I just feel like it is my choice as a parent, just like it's other people's choice as a parent to mask their child. I have 3 boys, only 2 are at Shiloh Hills Elementary right now, and the younger one of the 2 does not want to return to school if he has to wear a mask. He is already having anxiety at 6.5 about having to wear a mask because he has an articulation problem. Now, his IEP team is wonderful. His speech therapist is an angel. But if he's wearing a mask, how is he doing the movements with his lips to see how to say certain words? It's not working out very well for him. That being said, he will attend a charter school if you guys vote to make the masks, mandatory. He does not want to return to your district. And that upsets me because only 3 years ago, we moved this district from Muhlenberg. Now, if you live in Berks County, you know how the Muhlenberg School District is run, and their academics are, I think, a 2 out of 10. Shiloh Hills is an 8 out of 10. We purposely purchased a house here for our kids to have a good education, and that's what I want. But if it's gonna come in between my child's learning ability, I cannot send him. But that being said, with him going to a charter school, if you are that afraid of this virus and my child not wearing a mask, there is also charter schools or virtual options for your children. It can go both ways. Both sides are allowed to feel any opinion they want on this matter, but clearly it is a very divided matter. And I just feel like I really want you to take into consideration letting this be optional and not making it mandatory. I don't want to have to make the choice not to send my children to school in person because socially that will be a little hindering. We'll make do obviously if needed, but I don't want to have to do that. Thank you for your time.
There are no more comments, President Hart. There are no more comments on agenda items, President Hart.
Now have Dr. Faley, turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Hart.
Yeah, we'll take that. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Brandy Marr.
All right. I never spoke in front of anybody in high school either, so this is quite different than what I'm used to. I've never gone to a board meeting before, but I think what I'm seeing is everybody keeps saying things about doctor, doctor, doctor. I'm a respiratory therapist, and who I am with is an RN. And it seems like the doctor's opinions are more important than ours. We're at bedside all the time. And I do not want my kid to wear a mask. Absolutely not. I don't wear a mask if I don't have to. I wear it to keep my job. That's about it. Last year, I have a 10th grader this year, and I have a 6th grader this year. Last year, my daughter was in 5th grade, and she came home to me and she said, I'm tired of sitting in my seat wearing a mask while my teacher gets to sit at her desk and have her mask on her chin. What is wrong with my child? Why can't she take her mask down? This is the most frustrating thing I've ever had to do. My daughter was an A student for years. until she had to keep pulling at a mask. It's hard to watch my A student, who has told me multiple times that she wants to be a doctor. Great, I will push you to do what you want to do, but she is struggling just like everybody else's kid. And if masks work, then why are you worried about my child who's not going to wear one? Your child should be protected if they have one on, correct? Because masks work. What do I need to do to get my child to not wear a muzzle to school every day? Do I have to sign a waiver? I'll sign a waiver. If my child gets COVID, nobody's responsible but me. I have no words. This is, and I agree with everybody else, this has gone on long enough. Make a decision. I don't know whether my daughter is going to go to in-person school this year or if she's going to do virtual academy, because she flat out told me again, I will not wear that thing on my face. And I don't blame her, and I support her. My child is mine. I don't go to anybody else and say, well, you need to do this for your child. And when people say that as a community member, you need to do what may benefit others, it's me. I would never do anything for him, ever. And I wouldn't wear a mask for him. I wouldn't cut his grass. But after it being one of these board meetings, I'm just going to let you all know, if you'd like to join me, I will be at PJ's. Thank you.
Jess Royer.
I feel like you got through the main act and we're the encore. We just got to keep going. My wife and I have 2 children who are very excited to go to school. I'm glad the district is taking a clear-eyed look at evolving data and new developments, which is how the scientific process works, and is working hard to make decisions that will ensure students can actually be in school, particularly as the pandemic enters new phase after new phase. Until you are able to vaccinate those under 12, I ask that masks or face shields are worn in congregate educational settings. Now, I have friends in this room who have made statements with which I agree, and I have friends in this room who have made statements with which I disagree. One common refrain regarding masks is that they infringe upon our rights. I too believe we have rights, but I also believe we have obligations, namely an obligation to live our lives in a way that doesn't harm others. Foggy glasses, beard hair going in the wrong direction, and having to stifle sneezes are all prices that I'm willing to pay to avoid spreading COVID and hopefully bring about the end of the pandemic. Thank you.
Tiffany Long.
Hi, my name is Tiffany. I have 2 children in the Wilson School District, and I think that masks should be optional. I have a child who is recovering autistic. He also has a speech impediment, and he suffered so much last year. He also has asthma. I sent him in with a doctor's note, and they refused to accept it, a medical exemption. They refused to accept it. He went in barely able to breathe. He's very active, again, recovering autistic. He would put the mask in his mouth and talk with it, and it was absolutely drenched. He did come home one day with it on the other way. Again, like someone else said, some teachers unfortunately have said, turn it around, it's fine. Now think about that. Think about the things that you touch. Think about a doorknob. Think about, my gosh, the million pencils and crayons and everything that children touch. On the other side, it's probably even worse, but as someone else spoke about, there are studies, and the amount of disease and respiratory causing bacteria that are on the mask is just absolutely disgusting and unacceptable, and unfortunately my son couldn't do anything about it. As far as even the shield option, which I did ask about, he couldn't walk, and he felt off balance and dizzy. There are children who are passing out because of these masks. I do not believe that they work. I have spent hundreds of hours. I do have a law degree. That guy behind me who said, you know, who are you? I'm a mom, but I also do have a law degree, and I think that this is wrong. I do not believe that anyone should tell us what we should do with our children. Hundreds of hours of research tell me And there are some that go back and forth, but at the end of the day, unless a child is wearing an N95 mask, which is unhealthy, the amount of carbon monoxide that kids, even just with regular fabric and surgical masks, are wearing after 3 minutes is past the point of healthy for them. So, in conclusion, there are a few things that I did also want to talk about. Wearing a mask increases respiratory illnesses. Mental health, my gosh, I think it's up 600%, the amount of, just think about it, besides even talking about a study, to look around and see adults, just the eyes in a mask, that's scary. What is that doing to our children? I know there are studies, I'd be happy to share them with you, but that is just scary, even as an adult, when I look around at the farmer's market, and it's depressing. There are studies, there are people that have spoken in the State House that will reiterate that it is doing psychological damage to our children. It impairs social development. There's public safety risks. If someone were to steal a child, it's very hard to see who they were, see who your child is, causes headaches, dizziness. And at the end of the day, it's my duty to research and question everything and make the best decision. I think we're all doing the best for our children, and I believe it should be optional. Thank you.
Isaiah Everly.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak tonight. So I'm a student athlete here at Wilson, and I think it's important to hear the view from someone who this decision will affect every single day. And I know that I'm speaking for a lot of kids on my behalf. So I understand that a lot of you are supporting masks. You're coming from a sympathetic point of view, and I understand that, and I'm thankful for that. But I want you to take that point of view and think about it on our side for a little bit, just for a little bit. So let's look at some data. The 2018 to 2019 flu season, 480 kids under the age of 18 died. And that's horrible. But if you compare that to COVID, that is more deaths than COVID has killed in a year and a half. More deaths in a year and a half. And a lot of you will say that this virus affects the adults, and that's why we should have the kids wear the masks, to protect the adults. But I think everyone right here can agree that anybody in America over the age of 12 has the option to get the vaccine right now. And that is the #1 way to get protected, to get the vaccine. If people make their own risk assessment and decide that they don't want the vaccine, that is their problem. But to mask an entire school district based off of individuals' rights to not get the vaccine, I don't think is constitutional, and I don't think it's right. And we don't understand the psychological effects this could have on our children. These kids are growing up and they're learning how to read and write and speak. And when they can't see their teacher's lips and they can't see how to sound out words, that's a big deal. And also when their immune systems are developing and they can't get the right bacteria and the immune system can't develop and so that they can protect against more viruses and diseases as they grow up, that can have a big effect. And I think that some of these reasons are why we should have masks optional for students and faculty at Wilson. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that is the last comment. President Hart? Yep.
Any more, Mrs. Carroll? All right, Dr. Fadley.
If it's on a non-agenda item, it's at the end of the meeting. So there's another public comment on non-agenda items. Right? Do you have some on non-agenda
I do
items?
have a pile on non-agenda items.
Right. All right, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Fadley to introduce Dr. Hoffert for our health and safety plan.
Thank you, President Hart. As communicated in previous meetings, it's the responsibility of this administration under my leadership to continue to bring information to the school board for consideration as this particular virus changes and we have new information to share with the board. So I've asked Dr. Hoffert to come back and update the board on the latest information and to present an amendment to our health and safety plan that follows those recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Fadley. And I don't have control of the slides, so I'm going to ask Ryan to advance to actually the second slide, if you could. Next one after that, Ryan. Thank you. So the last time we met, I discussed the CDC transmission table. These are the data points that we're using to determine what category of transmission the county is currently in. At the time that we met previously, we were in the moderate category. Since then, we have shifted to substantial in Berks County, and that's both on the CDC's metric as well as the early warning dashboard on the Pennsylvania Department of Health. If you go to the Pennsylvania Department of Health, where we got a lot of our information last year and made our determinations week to week about things like short-term closures and levels of transmission, all of those links now direct straight to the CDC as the guidance for all of that data. So there are searchable portions of that site that are linked here in the presentation where you can go and see what the most recent levels of transmission are within the county. So that's the information that we have to present here. In addition, I would point out, Ryan, if you advance to the next slide, under the contact tracing and isolation and quarantine recommendations, again, this comes from the Pennsylvania Department of Health's PA HON 583, which just came out July 30th. I reiterated this before, but when we're looking at the act of contact tracing and determining whether or not students need to quarantine, it's important to point out that this is much different than it was last year. Last year, if a student was considered to be a close contact within 6 feet for 15 consecutive minutes or more by the definition, regardless of whether or not masks were involved, we were quarantining those individuals. That guidance has changed. The information we've been provided by both the Department of Health and the CDC's definition of a close contact indicates that for individuals who may be exposed who are fully vaccinated and are asymptomatic, there is no need to quarantine at all. For those that are unvaccinated and asymptomatic, the recommendation is to quarantine for 10 to 14 days. The exception being, in a K-12 setting, if both individuals are masked, they're not considered to be a close contact. That definition changes for those individuals. So if both individuals are wearing a mask, properly fitting mask, consistently, then the CDC and the Department of Health have indicated that we do not need to quarantine those individuals. So in an effort to keep our schools open consistently, this is kind of a game changer compared to what we were doing last year at this time. Again, anyone symptomatic obviously would be quarantining and would be recommended to go seek medical guidance at that point. So Ryan, if you hit the next slide. So the other recommended revision to the plan is to take a tiered approach. We want to use that data from the CDC and from the Department of Health to determine, based on our county's level of spread, where we would be implementing masking. So in the first two categories, the low and moderate categories, which is 0 to 49 cases per 100,000 over the past 7 days, we would implement mask optional. In the higher levels of transmission, 50 plus, which are the substantial and the high levels of transmission, that's where we would implement universal masking, and we would be reactive to the current county level of spread in order to make that determination on a week-by-week or bi-weekly basis, depending on how we decided to do that. So finally, just these would be the suggested revisions to the plan. Again, adding that language specific to contact tracing and quarantining in one section, and in the other section, just the tiered approach to masking would be the recommendation that you'd be considering today. Any questions? Okay.
I had a question. Can you clarify if the Pennsylvania Department of Health will be supporting the district in contacting folks if there is a positive case, or will the district have to absorb that burden again?
Yeah, at this point, we haven't gotten any additional information. We're understanding that there's more information coming out about an online referral system with the Department of Health that we'll be able to utilize to report cases and to get information. But at this point, the Department of Health has indicated that we'll be handling the contact tracing just like we did last year.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Martin.
I have a list of questions for you. The first is, I believe the wording in the policy is incorrect. It says it's mandated, but there aren't mandates. So I think that wording needs to be changed. And if you look at, I don't know what side it is, but when I was going through it, I said the state does not mandate it, nor does CDC mandate it. They're just recommendations. So the mandate need to be removed from the document. Like I said, they're not mandates. We talk about COVID and its variant, the Delta, and this information that on those 4 categories that you put up there, are they making a differentiation between the two? Because the regular COVID has no impact or very little impact on children. So are they splitting this out? The information that we're getting, does it show the difference between the two so we can track it? So if it's a COVID, we don't have to worry about it. If it's a Delta, we have to worry about it. How are we going to quantify that information?
I don't know that they're differentiating in the data they're presenting as far as transmission goes.
Okay, well, see, that's a problem then. Because if we're saying the regular COVID is not an issue, and I think the doctors even said that here, but the variant is, we should be able to quantify the difference between the two and not have to do, I mean, maybe it says we're insubstantial because they're all COVID, standard COVID. I don't know if that's a term. We shouldn't be using that as a benchmark for making decisions, okay? I'm just throwing this stuff out. You don't need to agree or disagree. What are the rules for closing a school? I haven't seen any rules from the Department of Education or the Department of Health stating when schools should be closed and at what rate. I might have missed that, but
no, they have not published any short-term closure determinations. Our understanding is that we would respond to, if we're reporting cases to the Department of Health, just like any other communicable disease, at some point, if they feel like we've had too many cases or they feel like there's spread happening in a classroom or in a building, they would give us a directive to close at that point, but there's no static, metrics that they provided like they did last year.
Okay, so then how would we know based on the information whether schools should be closed? We don't, okay? So that's another ambiguous, information that we have from our government agencies. And the thing that bothers me the most, wow, I got 2 12-page documents to go over, but that's not we'll do that later. The thing that bothers me most is that most of the cases, my understanding, are in the city of Reading. Yet at Wilson, we're going to be impacted by an entity that's not in our control. So we're going to be, those 99 cases could be all in Reading, but we have to abide by that because we don't break that information down correctly. Is that correct? As in the past.
The only data we have is county-specific data.
So, okay, thank you. In the past, we could break it down by zip code. We could break it down by all sorts of ways of doing it. So to adopt this policy that has an impact on us where there may be no impact because we don't have the data to support either those numbers, whether we have a problem or not. That's a problem in itself. So I think it's flawed, and obviously the people that know me have issues because just like the doctors, they're professionals. I took Stats 1, Stats 2, Stats 3, advanced statistics in college, and it's not making any sense to me. Nothing makes sense on here to me. So we'll leave that go at that, but I'm just saying, I think the thing is that we have to be real careful how we do this. I mean, I know, well, that's enough for tonight. I'll talk later. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Dr. Hoffert?
Dr. Kennedy.
Are you planning on coming up with metrics like you did last year?
So the metrics we used last year were published by PDE and the Department of Health. They're the ones that came up with the short-term closure metrics. And that was all part of that attestation agreement that we did in November in order to be able to do in-person learning or hybrid schedules. So at this point, we have not gotten any direction from the Department of Education or Department of Health that they're going to come out with anything specific like that.
Dr. Hoffert, a couple of questions. Looking at some of the other school districts within Berks County, Kutztown, for one of them, they had rolling metrics, basically 5 cases. If they had 5 cases in 14 days, they were going to put the mask regulation back on, but until then, they weren't going to. So I'd like to see something with regard to Wilson something more specific than just Berks County, for one? And then, you know, what are your thoughts on that? And then two, what are the other school districts doing that we're not? Why are Muhlenberg or Tulpehocken, not Kutztown, Brandywine Heights, how are they able to do this successfully? What are we not doing? Or are they being reckless? Is there a lot of emails flying around that our school board's going to be reckless if we don't have masks? And that's an opinion, but are those districts being reckless, or are they doing something that maybe we should be doing as well?
Yeah, I mean, I can't comment on the conversations happening at those different districts. What I know is that none of those districts have opened school yet, so I would say it remains to be seen whether or not they're successful in the plans that they're coming up with. But as far as rolling metrics, yeah, that's one way to look at it. You know, again, we'd be coming up with an arbitrary number to decide, you know, at what point we would want to close or implement a mask mandate. I mean, I didn't see any of the information you referred to from Kutztown, so I'd like to take a look at that, but that's not something that we'd considered based on the input from the medical professionals and the input from the CDC that we have so far.
Okay, I mean, I suppose we'll all find out within a month or two
Correct.
how this is working.
Yeah.
And personally, I'd prefer to err on the side of caution, but it's, I mean, other districts are doing other things, and are we looking at those collectively?
Yeah, there have been conversations between superintendents. You know, I think a lot of districts are kind of looking at us to see what's going to happen. We certainly have conferred with Wyomissing, with Mifflin, and we're all kind of, you know, trying to work through this together in a lot of ways.
Okay, and there was a comment earlier about when will this end, and I somewhat agree this could go on and on forever. I think it was also Brandywine Heights, it was either Brandywine Heights or Kutztown, basically had something in their policy that said as soon as children under 12 can be vaccinated, 45 days from that point in time, that they would end it all the masking and everything at that point. So I think there is light at the end of the tunnel. If we should choose to mask, there can be an end. But medicine seems to need to catch up.
And I will point out two sections of the plan focus on our continued communication and collaboration with the Department of Health on offering vaccine programs as soon as they're available to both those that, you know, the vaccine's available for now, and also once it is available for children to coordinate with the Department of Health to offer those vaccines in our own buildings. And there's also ongoing collaboration. I actually have a webinar tomorrow to learn about some testing protocols that we could possibly offer to families by option, you know, who wanted to have their child tested if they were symptomatic or if there was potential exposure here in the building, just to assist with kind of identifying where potential cases are. And that's part of the plan as well.
Thanks. And from a personal perspective, I appreciate the medical community and everyone, the entire community reaching out. My opinion is just as equally important as everyone in this entire room. I think this is insanity to fight a pandemic school district by school district. When we're closing international borders, but yet we're going to have school districts fight over this one by one and expect to beat a pandemic. This is crazy. So for the medical community, I would highly recommend that all the letters that have been written, write them to the CDC or the Department of Health. So if, as a country, we're going to tackle this, we tackle this one way and not school district by school district. We play sports against each other. I mean, this is not a way to beat anything. It's a personal opinion.
Dr. Kennedy, sorry.
Can I just confirm, and I want to make sure that everyone understands, we are not having the kids 6 feet apart this year. We are not lowering class sizes. I know class sizes at Whitfield are already up to 26 in a class. We're in the cafeteria. We're not cohorting the students. So the only three precautions that we're keeping potentially, depending on how this goes tonight, could be masking, could be contact tracing, and the only one that's sticking for sure is washing hands more.
Right. Yeah. We're also, you know, continuing to implement our sanitization procedures with the custodial staff, ventilation, you know, rapid filter, more frequent filter changes. Those were all things that we put in place last year. So those pieces are still in place and are still part of the plan as well. But yeah, we are, you know, with the return to full in-person learning, obviously 6 feet apart within a classroom is near impossible to do. 3 feet apart is actually pretty much what we've done. I mean, if you go to a typical classroom of 25, 26, 3 feet is you can expect 3 feet. But 6 feet is really tough to maintain with those numbers, correct? Sorry.
Sorry, the recommendation here references indoor masking. What is the intention of the administration regarding outdoor activities and so forth like that?
Yeah, all of the guidelines that we've seen say that outdoor masking is not necessary. This is all focused on indoor spaces.
Okay, so any kind of outdoor extracurricular activities?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Dr. Hofford, so to kind of piggyback off of Mr. McCrae's question, if we have athletic teams participating in outdoor activities, they wouldn't necessarily, I don't know if there's going to be different guidelines for athletic, but under this plan, outdoor activities would not change at all. Would our indoor activities fall under this health and safety plan?
Yes, I believe they would.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
1.8, looking for motion to approve the Wilson Health and Safety Plan as amended for the 2021-22 school year. Looking for motion?
Cocker?
Cocker first. Do we have a second?
Kennedy?
Dr. Kennedy. Any discussion?
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody that has either spoken here tonight or had reached out via email to board members over the last 2 weeks. During my past 11 years on the board, I don't think I've ever received as many communications about a singular issue that I have over the last 2 weeks. It certainly demonstrates how strongly people feel about both sides of this topic. I just wanted to share that I couldn't respond to each and every one of those emails, although I gave it my best shot while I was on vacation. I did read each and every one of those communications. Some things were quite informative. Some of those communications certainly put forth questions whether or not the 9 of us individually up here do or do not care about the well-being of children, which is unfortunate, especially when this is a volunteer position that focuses on the well-being of students. I want to really tip my cap to Dr. Ojakudu, the chair of the pediatrics department at Tower Health. Over the last week, I think she and I have emailed back and forth half a dozen times. I'm trying to become as well-informed about this ever-changing health situation as the rest of us. Unlike some people, when I asked questions, she did provide answers about PCR testing, RSV and its correlations to increased hospitalizations in children, the differences between quarantine periods for influenza versus COVID, contract tracing for variants, natural immunity, antibody testing, and a few other points. And it's greatly appreciated to be able to have dialogue, respectful dialogue, despite sometimes having differences in opinions and different viewpoints. It is much appreciated. There's no doubt that after tonight's vote, there will be people leaving this room or people sitting at home angry, disappointed. As was pointed out earlier, the idea that this board has the autonomy to make these decisions is both a blessing and a curse, because clearly we are a community divided about this, and
There will be likely demonstrations upon the vote here of a board divided in some ways on this topic. And it is clearly obvious that regardless of what anyone has said about this matter tonight, whether it be expert opinions, statistical data, emotional experiences of our children, parental rights, fear of the unknown, some minds just cannot be persuaded. And not that that's a bad thing either. I'm hopeful that whatever the decision is moving forward tonight by this board, and that will impact our community, that we recognize and respect each other's opinions. There seems to be this divide in our country and on our community that we have to be right. What we say to each other, we have to be right. And in order to be right, you have to be wrong. And that's really not how we should try to go about solving our differences and solving problems. What has been presented here, in my opinion, is a compromise. It's a compromise to those that are concerned about spreading this disease, this virus. It's a compromise to those that want to have some assurances of well-being for their children. The truth of the matter is that bold predictions of this pandemic has made fools of many people, because it continues to be a moving target and a moving issue. And I am hopeful after tonight that we can somehow move forward as a district again to provide the best educational opportunity for our children, while at the same time recognizing the health and safety issues of 6,000 students and however many thousand employees that we have in our buildings. I'm not going to sit here and cite any further statistics or information. I can just speak confidently that my decision tonight, whether you agree with it or not, is an informed one. I've listened to each of your concerns, and regardless of how you may feel afterwards, I thought it should be known that from my perspective, I've listened and I feel comfortable with the decision that I'm about to make. Thank you.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. President. I'm not going to be so eloquent as Jay. I would love to be able to speak as well as he does, but I do resent this coming back to the board. And we voted on this twice, and there's board protocol that says once a decision's been made, we should move forward in harmony. Yet we have two board members that are so paranoid, they keep bringing us back. Eventually, people give up and they surrender. I don't. Regardless of whether the vote is for or against, I urge the folks to resent this. I'm going to be, every board meeting, I'm going to bring this up, I'm going to be telling you what's the story. We don't have the story, and I'm going to start reading my 82-page document here for you. But it's wrong. This shouldn't be here. This should not be back on the agenda. And it's unfortunate, like I said, we have two board members, Steph and Amy, that are paranoid, and they want their beliefs imposed upon others. And that's wrong. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. So I'm not going to be quite as elegant as Jay, because to me, it's now, I've lost faith in the board. We have policies, but they disagree with the policies, so we're not going to abide by them. Okay, so then I'm not going to abide. 22 years I've been on this school board. I don't want to be here tonight. I really don't want to be here tonight, because whatever you do, it's going to be wrong. We've caused many divides within our district, which shouldn't have been divided. We shouldn't be divided. We're taking people's freedom and say, well, this supersedes people's rights. I'm not sure that's correct either. Both the Democrat and the Republican senators said that the schools really don't have this right, so it's going to be put into litigious society. We'll see what happens. So without further ado, I'm going to start reading. I may bore you, but it's something to me that's very dear to my heart, because both my father and my brother fought in wars. I take freedom seriously. I don't believe just because there's a medical situation that overrides an individual's rights. So, like I already said the first time, I don't really want to be here. In 22 years, I've never been more upset than I am tonight. I'm trying to remain somewhat practical in my approach, but there's two administrators that really are pushing this. And once again, they haven't followed board policy. They're supposed to be on board with past decisions, but they're not. Even the superintendent sent out an email, I have a copy, that administrators need to wear their masks tonight. Okay, that's undue pressure. I'm not sure that's appropriate. And you can see they are masked. Where does it end? I don't know where this ends, but we fragmented ourselves. And now I'm deviating off of my planned speech. But we are Americans. We are first and all Americans. We enjoy our liberty. And we are supposed to work together closely and within the parameters of the law. Well, the governor has walked away from it. He says, we don't need masks. I'm not getting involved. Legislators aren't meeting. They're off on their vacation. But yet, the school board, who has questionable authority in a situation like this, wants to meet and make rules that impact everyone. Unfortunately, and the doctors, I mean, you guys shouldn't even be here tonight. This should have been over and done. I appreciate everything you do, don't get me wrong. Without doctors, where would we be? But throwing gasoline onto the fire does nothing well. It just further divides the community because they don't trust the CDC. A lot of this I'm already saying has already been said. They don't trust the CDC. Who can when you have different information? I'll get into that shortly. And like I said, while I respect all the professions, there's no experts. There's really no experts in COVID or what we're talking about. We have data. We have information. We all get the same information. I understand it. I have a doctor friend who is in this district. I asked him if he would speak up. He said, I can't do that. I said, why? He said, because we kind of have a professional responsibility to follow the CDC. Okay, I can accept that, and I respect his right not to speak up. But he's not in favor of this. But we're stuck. We're stuck. And we are divided. It's a situation that, unfortunately, we're not on board with. I mean, legislators aren't on board with. Both sides aren't on board with it. But yet we're going to make a decision as a board. It's questionable. I don't know. So I'm willing to give any organization that wants to fight this policy $1,000. I'll back up my words with money. I'll give $1,000 because it's wrong. We cannot let individuals play, that have their own sandbox. They play in their sandbox, and they want to play in everybody else's sandbox. I'm not sure that's correct. And don't get me wrong. We'll talk more about that later. So I obviously, no child should be turned away from a school because they do not wear a mask. I'm told they will. Once again, speak up for your rights. And this, as many people have mentioned, COVID is not going away anytime soon. It's just going to cascade down. next variant comes out. So the bigger question is why is this back on the agenda again? I told you why, so I'm not going to repeat that. But we have another administrator that, you know, she feels obligated because maybe of her upbringing, that she was born with a silver spoon, trying to make right. I'm not sure that's correct either. But, you know, however misguided people are, they're entitled to their opinions, and I have to, you know, respect those opinions, and I do. Because, you know, everybody has been around, everybody knows a lot of people, I know a lot of people, everybody knows people. But I've already had issues where I have a very good friend in scouting, which says, I'm not going to bring my son back in scouting because of your position on the board. So I officially told them I'm resigning from Cub Scouts, not to impact the program. I don't think that's appropriate, but I think it's the best interest of the program. And I sent that out to the email to all the leaders. And I understand people are scared. I was scared too. But I at least have some common sense to understand the statistics and the impact that these things have and how they can be changed. And I know you're tired of listening to the news, so am I. I see the horror stories, I hear the doctors, I see everything that's being put up there, and why wouldn't you be scared? It paints a horrible picture every day. One doctor said Delta is 1,000 times more contagious than COVID. COVID was 100 times more contagious than the standard flu. Well, that would make it almost 1,000,000 times more contagious than the flu. So that means you probably get it from your computer. I don't know, but there's a disconnect here. There really is a disconnect with the information. I really don't understand some of the positions. Well, once again, I do respect the people that make these discussions, especially the doctors. I understand that. But I'm also not going to give away a parent's right. I think it is a parent right. I realize that you may feel that we all have to be one big happy family, but it's not that way. It doesn't work that way in the real world. And I don't understand it, and I can't understand why we have to have a situation where we do want to impose things on other people. Once again, it's hard for me to understand. And believe it or not, this is a political issue. It's going to show its ugly head. This is a political issue. That's the way we are today. Everything is, you're lined up on that side, you're lined up on that side. Well, I'm not going to budge, I'm not going to budge. It's a political situation. And now it's a skirmish between what people believe is their right to either mask or unmask. And so I think some parents are just plain out selfish. I saw a couple of emails, and I do read emails. I try not to reply to them because, fortunately for me, I don't know where the positions are for people, and I don't want to encourage one way or another. I try to be neutral if I do. But when a parent tells me that they want their son or their daughter to be masked because they don't want them to feel uncomfortable because the other kids aren't masked, I think that's a little bit selfish. That is really, truly selfish because you're not taking into consideration other people. And once again, oops, excuse me. I mean, do we really consider those type of comments? I don't know. And as a child, a parent, my kids are long raised. I don't tell their families what to do, nor would I try to tell my children what to do with their children. It's not my decision, it's their decision. My intent is not to change your mind or anybody else's mind on this board. But one thing that bothers me the most is I did hear that one board member will change their mind because they're concerned about their employment, they're concerned about things being negative said, and they need to protect their livelihood. That is just really scary in America. That is really scary. I do have some suggestions later on how maybe to avoid some of this, but unfortunately, as many times perception becomes reality. We hear everything, we see everything. The news and the media only picks up the worst possible case because that's their job. They want to sell commercials. They got to make money. I understand that. I get that. That's America. We all want to get ahead. We all want to do that. However, there's a huge distortion in statistics and facts. And I said this at different board meetings in the past. I will say it again. Figures don't lie, but liars figure. You can take any data you want, you can perform it, massage it, and make it seem really great, or you can refute that information. And this is going to sound like some of the stuff that people previously said, but the published deaths compiled by the CDC for an underage 18 group, and somebody said 400 people. That's a better number than I've got. But if you do the decimals, you do the math, that's 0.00001. Not a very significant statistics. And I know that sounds cold, but we all take chances in life every day. And the problem with some of the statistics, and once again, people mentioned that it's a cumulative total. Nowhere in the past 30 years have the CDC shied away from annual numbers. But with COVID, we do. It's a running total, could run on forever. I don't know. Is that right? For me, it's not. As a physician, it's not right. If you break it off every year, you should break it off every year. You don't change the game plan. In the flu season, they are right. The people that spoke earlier are right. More people have died from the worst flu seasons than that have died from COVID. That's a fact. You can look it up. And in addition, the CDC acknowledges that they made a mistake in how we formulated deaths from COVID. It's wrong. What the number would be, nobody really knows. I don't know what that number is. So once again, you have a decision formulated on the CDC, which constantly, retracts statements, manipulates data. Once again, figures don't lie, but liars figure. And they put this out for people to read. They make their own decisions. And you made your own decisions, whether it's right or wrong, that's your prerogative. But what's sad about this is you're mixing apples and oranges, and while they're both fruit, they're not compatible with each other. So let's talk about this CDC just a little bit more, because I like to talk a lot. The CDC, guidelines, and they are guidelines, acknowledges that, masks do prevent some of the disease, but not all. But they feel that that's important that everybody wears them. Okay, I get that. And then we talked about some additional problems the masks may cause. I'm not a scientist, so I don't know the data behind that data. But I can tell you that my concern is with the bigger issue with the CDC. The CDC certainly does a good job in what they're supposed to do. It's supposed to recognize threats through the health system. They're supposed to identify where a vaccine may be needed. And they do that. They do that well. But they also try to dictate policy upon people that have no authority to do that. And actually, if you look, they do a great job, like I said, in tracking things, bringing things to our attention. And it's a great organization, and that is an organization that needs to be continued. However, there's a bad side or negative side to the CDC. And let me ask you this. When was the last time you were at your doctor? I go annually. First thing I do, I get weighed. I said, okay. So they take me to see the practitioner before the doctor comes in. They said, Mr. Martin, according to CDC, BMI weight chart, you are significantly overweight. You should only weigh 155 pounds. I weigh 195. This is just a recommendation, he said, by the way, but this is what we must tell you. But look around this board, okay? With the exception of one or two, all of us are overweight and half of us are obese. I'm on that side. I'm not, that's fine. This analogy goes to our children. Should schools make policies that anyone overweight mandated by the CDC? Should they get more physical fitness? Should we reduce their lunch, etc.? It's better in the long run, I'm told, that we make policy now to protect the future, okay? this is a stretch, but let's think about this for a second. So you want a school to dictate policy. So you want the school, which is a government entity, telling you that your child is overweight and you need to be concerned or correct it, or we will correct it for you. That's what the CDC is saying to people. So moving on, I think I spent enough time on the CDC. Let's talk about everyday risks. Your child has a 15 times greater risk of dying from a car accident than they do from COVID. 4 times higher risk of drowning than they do COVID. Same with a fire, et cetera, et cetera. And the rate for a child to be involved in a serious accident is 30 times greater than any child being severely sickened by COVID. So we accept this as part of our life, and we judge our balance. Do we do this or we do not? The chances, as we spoke earlier, many people are dying, the percentiles are so nominal that it's not even a statistical measurement. Should we ban cars? Should we ban pools? Should we ban even bicycles? There's a good chance your son or daughter could die by that too. Obviously, we wouldn't do that. That's not a logical thing, and we can't do that. But there's no justification when you add up all the risks that we take every day for a policy that has very little or practical aspect to a child's health. And it causes more emotional distress on children, especially the elementary kids. And the levels, Andy put up those levels. We could be going in and out, masking, unmasking, masking, unmasking. What kind of sociological impact is that going to have on students? I don't think it's a good one. But once again, I've been on here for 22 years. Maybe that's 22 years, maybe too long. That's fine, I understand that too. But I've never, ever in my history of being on the board, never backed a policy that the board voted on. And yet we do have several board members that keep bringing it back. They won't accept it, and then they just keep pushing the envelope. Most of you people shouldn't even be here tonight, but they prompted through emails and constantly doing things to incite you people. That's wrong. Board members should not do that. Board policies are meant to deal with education and health to a degree. We all want to make sure our students are healthy. And that's why we have reporting progresses. That's why we get physicals. Well, at what point in time is that infringing upon parents' rights? I think we're to that point now. And they say, well, that's good for the children. I'm not sure that's good for the children. And you know, it's a situation where, well, let me do one more thing yet. I was going to wrap it up, but one more thing. I told you I'd give you some hints maybe to help you through the situation. Don't watch the news. Stay off Facebook. Stay off the internet for 30 days. We have a great country, and many have lost their lives, keeping us all free to have these meetings tonight, which I think are important for everyone to have a voice. Unfortunately, we now live in a polarized country where politics dictate lining people up and segregating one side or another. This has no real desire for me to pick a side. I pick a side that's important, and I judge the risks. Excuse me. I think it's a disservice to the folks that have protected this country, who lost their lives, who continue to lose their lives. And to the few that I've got some nasty phone calls from, and a few nasty emails, I just want you to understand, I do have 3 grandchildren, 5 years, 3 years, 18 months old, and I care about every child as they were my grandchildren. I would not put any child at risk in this school district that I believed would justify wearing masks. Thank you. very much.
Dr. Fadley? The audience needs to be respectful of other speakers, please. Dr. Fadley, turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Hart. I won't take too much time with my comments, but why is the agenda item on the agenda for the board to consider again? As we've communicated over the course of the last 18 months, COVID-19 is a fluid situation, and it has become extremely evident over the course of the last several weeks that this Delta variant, whether you believe it or not, is having impacts in our school systems across America. So it is my responsibility to bring forth a recommendation, and I'll keep the politics out of it. I think it's my responsibility and the responsibility of my administration to bring forward a recommendation that keeps kids in school for as long as we can keep kids in school. And if that recommendation requires that, that students and staff put a mask on so that our students and our children and our staff can continue to educate students in an in-person environment to the maximum extent possible while we're in substantial and high levels of transmission, in a fluid situation that we have heard this evening, we know very little about at this point in time. I heard many individuals. I respect the differences of opinion. I respect Mr. Martin's ability to share his opinions, although I don't happen to agree with all of them. My responsibility is for the students and staff in the school district to educate them. I think that the plan that has been presented, the amended version of this plan, based on the changing dynamics of a virus that we will continue to learn more about over the course of the next several months, creates a compromise. When we are in low and moderate transmission, it's different than when we are in substantial and high transmission. I think that it provides an opportunity to create a safer environment when we are indoors. And it allows our students and staff the freedom and flexibility when they're outdoors to not have to be tied to the confines of a mask rule. I spent a lot of time listening, receiving emails from this community on a very passionate topic for individuals. And I'm not going to disrespect anybody or their opinion. But what I will say is I take my responsibility very seriously as a superintendent of the school district to educate our students. And I don't know of another way to safely educate them. Given the context of the situation that this board and this administration has been put in, not because we asked for it, because individuals that hold positions above us refuse to make a decision or a mandate or whatever you want to call it. It's been left to the local level. And we're going to do our absolute best to deal with a fluid situation, a difficult situation, and a situation that has a lot of different viewpoints. Again, I respect those viewpoints, members of the board, but this is my recommendation.
One more thing, I'm sorry to mention. To the parents that are for masks, I'm not going to back out any back door, so I'll gladly meet with you folks after the meeting and talk to you. I believe that's appropriate.
The first and second, roll call, please.
Case?
Yes.
Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
No.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
That's 8 yes and 1 no.
Under 1.9 Communications, Dr. Fadley, I'll turn it over to you for a statement on August 9, 2021 Community
Thank you,
Forum.
President Hart. Again, I will be brief. to be mindful of the time. I just want to publicly state that I appreciate the individuals who both came to the public forum last week on the 9th, and those individuals who watched on the stream and all the communications that I've received since. What I learned was this community has a difference of opinion. Many are in support of the policy, many are not. So how do we move forward? What I will be doing is I will be convening a representative group to take the input and comments from individuals on the topic of equity so that we can have a dialogue and discourse and conversation on the draft policy that has been presented to this board in a first reading environment so that we can work through the different perspectives that were shared with a diverse representation of individuals. And once that process has concluded, I will bring that recommendation forward to the board for consideration. Again, just to clarify, we will develop a process. I do believe that there will be many community members that will be interested in participating in that process. So we will develop a process and we will communicate that out over the course of the next several days so that community members know how to get involved if they want to be involved and be a part of the conversation moving forward. Thank you, President Hart.
Thank you, Dr. Fadley. We had executive session earlier this evening to discuss personnel and real estate. Looking for a motion to request approval of the minutes of the school board meeting held on August 2nd, 2021 as attached. For motion?
So moved, Case.
Mr. Case first. Do I have a second?
Schneider.
Mr. Schneider, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Treasurer's report, Mr. Martin.
Mr. President, I submit for approval tonight the Treasury report, investment report, the general and capital funds report as presented.
McCray?
Mr. McCray, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
Payment of bills, Mr. Martin.
Yes, Mr. President, I submit for approval tonight out of the general fund payment of bills of $1,508,511.85. Capital reserve $5,275.85. Out of the 2019A construction fund $567,445.48. And out of the 2021 construction fund $127,048.63.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
Schneider.
Mr. Schneider, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
Financial reports, Mr. Martin.
Mr. President, I submit for approval. These are all for July. The cafeteria report, child care, Southern Middle School activity account, Wilson West Middle School account, and the senior high account.
Thank you. We have a first. Do we have a second?
Schneider.
Mr. Schneider, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
Mrs. Casper?
Abstain.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
And Mr. Hart?
Yes.
That's 8 yes and 1 abstain.
Superintendent's report, Dr. Fadley.
Thank you, President Hart. Before I ask for consideration of my report this evening, I'd like to call specific attention to one retirement that is on the agenda this evening. Mr. William Whiteco, custodian at the high school effective September 21st. He has served the Wilson School District for 5 years. With that said, I also want to draw attention to 6.1. As Mr. Weimer said so eloquently earlier, there are 7 district goals listed on this agenda. Absent the metrics are being developed, and once the board has seen those metrics and agreed that they are appropriate, we will put both the goals and the metrics on the district website in full transparency so that the community knows how these goals are going to be measured. There will be obviously both qualitative and quantitative goals, metrics in these particular goals. So with that, superintendent's report, personnel and program recommendations are submitted for board consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Fadley. Looking for a motion to approve superintendent items 6.1 through 6.8 as presented.
Cocker?
Mrs. Cocker first. Do we have a second?
Martin.
Mr. Martin second. Any discussion?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Hart, if I could.
Dr. Kennedy, go ahead.
I'm very concerned about, well, I'm going to vote no on this, not because of the retirements or the people that are getting hired, but because of number one. I'm very concerned because the PVOS scores are directly tied to standardized test scores, and we have spent the last 3.5 years trying to untie this district to teaching to the test. And I fear that putting this much pressure on students and teachers will end up in the back in the same place. I was reading on PDE's website, and the way they figure out these PVOS scores they're supposed to be growth scores, so it's supposed to individually measure and predict the growth of students and where they should go. And it concerns me because one of the things that they said they could do with the PVOS scores was to match teachers who did a great job teaching this with the students who need that, and I think that's a bunch of baloney. I don't think that an algorithm can figure that out. I just am completely against anything we do that highlights or calls attention to standardized testing because it's been so detrimental to our school. What I would like to see is the district develop their own assessments, use the assessments we already have, like the F&P reading, develop math assessments. I think what we can do is better than what they've wasted millions of dollars for on the PDE with the PSSAs and with the Keystones.
First of all, I want to thank our administration and Dr. Fadley for hosting our community forum on the 9th and allowing our public to freely ask questions surrounding our work in equity. So this is my comment on 6.1. I thought the administration has been consistently clear with the public, indicating that we will continue to be committed to providing an equitable educational environment for all our students with or without a policy. The school board and our administrators have also been consistently clear with the public that critical race theory is not a part of anything we do around equity or otherwise in a K-12 environment. I really appreciated our board's discussion about this topic on August 2nd during our board meeting, and would like to see more of those kinds of healthy discussions to continue. I know that many folks in the public felt that the board was not in agreement during that discussion around equity, but I didn't see it that way at all, since everything we brought up in that discussion all fell under equity. We talked about gender, sex, socioeconomic status, language, ability, race. However, it appears that consistently the one variable that causes so much debate is the equity variable of race. We must recognize that this is an integral part of sustaining equity in any social institution, and it cannot be ignored. Yes, it can certainly be difficult to acknowledge race and to talk about it, and it must be done with empathy and compassion, not with fear, confrontation, or divisiveness. Equity is a complex subject and covers a wide array of topics, so it must be comprehensive and viewed as a process. As long as we as a district are committed to it and do our due diligence by all our students, we will continue to offer all of the wonderful opportunities that our community has been accustomed to enjoying from our district. Many have also questioned, why would we need an equity policy now? We are all still in the midst of a pandemic that just won't go away. This pandemic has revealed the enormous inequities faced by our communities: food scarcity, homelessness, joblessness, enormous healthcare disparities, a huge digital and technology divide, essential versus non-essential workers, limited childcare accessibility, so much more. Furthermore, many of these run sharply across racial, gender, and class divides. I don't see any more appropriate time than now to sustain our commitment to equity. Although I agree with many of the items proposed in our goals in 6.1, I believe that the board still needs to pass an equity policy to provide framework for all our staff and administrators to be able to carry out and deliver equity in our schools and to hold us accountable for it. I would encourage members of the community to participate in some of our equity committee's work, and as proposed today by Dr. Fadley in some of those discussions, so that we can look forward to further dialogue. And I look forward to further dialogue with my fellow board members on ways that we can come to a mutual agreement to pass an equity policy.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Roll call. Oh, sorry, Mr. Martin.
You know, the equity policy, nobody even understands what it is, okay? That's unfortunate because not one person on this board or in our community has told us where Wilson has failed in the equity. I'd like to see that. We've got a very good email, I wish I had brought with me tonight, from the daughter of the, that I think Jay read the letter to. He said, all of a sudden equity became a white person's motto. We got to do this, we got to do that. He wrote very truthfully and honestly, he said that for some reason, we're trying to put ourselves in the black person's position. He refused to accept that Wilson's policies have anything to do with anything. So now, I'm going to be on the offensive now, because the same three people here, three women here, the one we're pushing for the mask are also pushing for changes in equity. Once again, we're trying to find a solution for a problem that I don't see exist. Until somebody, the teachers included, show me where we failed. According to the information we've got from students, we've not failed. Actually, we've done better than I thought we've done. So we got to get off this. We keep thinking, I see the lady shaking her head. Why? Why are you shaking your head? I don't know. So yeah, I realize it's a political issue again. It's all political. Certainly is a political. Anyway, I'm not going to take the offensive, and I'm going to badger everybody in this board till somebody shows me where we failed. You don't create a policy unless you failed. I'll talk to you as soon as we're done. I'm sorry.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Hart.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I just may have a chance to respond to just 2 points regarding Dr. Kennedy's concern about standardized testing and PVOS scores. How else are we able to determine, how student achievement is measured compared to other students throughout the country unless it is standardized? My concern, and I've shared this in many conversations amongst the board, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree on this, is that removing standardized testing and other measurable forms of education processes, we're looking at out in the state of Oregon where the governor just signed legislation that eliminated graduation requirements in the name of, concerns over whether or not certain students are or are not succeeding. So I think there should be fair pushback on this idea of having measurable goals that either are or are not being met by students uniformly throughout the country, regardless of how it may reflect or impact upon a district or an individual teacher's classroom. Again, we're not suggesting in any way that there's failings or not, but there has to be measurable goals that we can all agree upon. And so I will push back on that particular issue. And this has been said in more than one forum, that Wilson is not promoting or teaching critical race theory. I will be sharing with the rest of the board and administration a resolution that I've seen in Paso Robles Unified School District that I think clearly outlines what should and should not be promoted within an educational setting, K through 12. Again, I think that's worthy of further discussion and debate, but I think the concern of some parents and community members is that simply stating it's not happening is not good enough. And that there needs to be further assurances. If we're going to be putting forth some things in policy forms, there should be some things also put forth in policy form that will not occur, that will not take place. And again, it will allow then for further discussion and debate on what is or is not going to take place within the Wilson School District, but I'll be sharing that joint resolution for further discussion at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I'd like to go. I never said anything about not taking standardized tests. I said I don't feel comfortable after many years of overemphasizing standardized tests. Our teachers are going to get whiplash. We still haven't, my kids still, in the middle of a pandemic last year, got PSSA prepped. In the middle of a pandemic. So clearly our teachers are still teaching to the test. And until we get past that, if we put this back on the agenda, the teachers are going to go into panic mode again immediately. And they're going to start thinking, okay, now they're worried about the PVOS scores. And out goes the window all of the community building and all of the, if you're a good teacher, it will transfer to test scores. That's all out the window. Secondly, to your comment about making up a problem that doesn't exist, I got this information today. I visited, as I said last board meeting, our summer school credit recovery a couple weeks ago. We have two different types of summer school. One summer school is for kids who want to accelerate and take classes to get ahead. And then we have another type of summer school where kids failed during the year and they need to make up. So for our kids who are taking the accelerated classes, 78% of them are white, 2% are black, 8% are Hispanic, 12% are Asian. The free and reduced, and this is really the one that gets me, free and reduced, students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, 9%. For our students who failed during the year and were in summer school to recover credits, 38% were white, 21% were black, 39% were Hispanic, 2% were Asian, and 65% of those students were free and reduced lunch. That says that there's a disparity in the way that our students are being educated here at Wilson. From a teacher who I'm friends with, taught my first son, first grade teacher. When I was at Wilson, I'd be lying if I didn't own that several times I was questioned that I several times questioned if the area was racially diverse enough for me to want to raise a family there. I remember seeing the one other black teacher at a union meeting. She taught at the high school, I believe. Most people there were the sweetest folks I've come across, but I have always felt like an outsider. I wasn't from there and didn't see people like me there. Went to a meeting at another school with an administrator. who looked me in the eye after our meeting was over and said, now Amy, tell me the truth. How is it possible that in a district the size of Wilson, that there is not one administrator of color? How is that possible if it's not on purpose? And that is embarrassing as a board member to be asked that by an administrator. And I was happy to say that we finally have our first administrator of color at the high school now, but it is mortifying when he asked me, how is this if it's not on purpose?
Here we have a first and a second.
Well, wait, I got to answer that. Amy, you got to get off this, okay? There's only X amount. If you look at the college graduates,
Wait, are you telling me about college graduates in education?
Is it our
Roll
fault?
call, please.
Is it our fault that only
Mr. Martin,
5% graduate? in
discussion's over.
education?
Yes.
Is it the administrator's fault? that
Mrs.
the
Carroll,
qualified
roll call,
candidates
please.
don't apply?
Martin, yes or
Mr.
no?
Martin.
I don't know who's talking.
Roll call.
It's roll call.
Oh, so I can't speak?
We're not
No,
going to go back and
hey,
forth.
wait. I'm a board member. I have a right to express my viewpoints.
You do, but we can't have it back and forth.
Amy just expounded for 5 minutes on black kids not getting the proper education. I didn't create that situation.
That is not what I just said.
75%.
Free and reduced lunch,
If you
65%.
want to stop the debate, you need somebody to call the question, you need a second, and you need a roll call on whether or not you're going to stop the debate. So that's the rules.
No.
Otherwise, that is the rules, Mike.
No.
And one speak at a time. Let me finish. Go ahead, Mike. So if you want to keep speaking, you can keep speaking. Somebody has to call the question. If they call the question, you vote on stop. Call the this is on a second. This was on a first and a second.
Don't we have the ability to speak?
Yes, yes, and I just told you can. And I told everyone else that you can speak as
So
long as
everybody
somebody.
can ramble on, and
Yes.
say what they want.
And you can do that right now as you're doing it, yes. You can go on
know-
as long as you want. That's what
Okay.
again,
I'll handle this under other business. Go ahead.
okay, just so you know,
I'm done. I've told you.
I was
After
actually
I'm done.
speaking-
I'm going to be so aggressive
I
now.
was allowing you to speak, Mike.
Well,
That's what
thank
I
you.
was
I
doing.
appreciate that.
Okay.
But we still have a democracy, and people can.
I know,
I'm
I just
gonna-
said you can speak. I don't
Good.
understand
No,
what
I'll
you're
finish
debating
this
me
on our
about.
other business, because I'm going to constantly go after people.
What-
I'm done.
Mike.
And the nice guy.
The board president attempted to call the roll call. I instructed the board that that's not the proper procedure, and if you want to keep talking, you can keep talking. That's what just happened. Now, if you want to debate me about something else, fine, but that's what just happened. So I was allowing you to continue to speak.
You were allowing me.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Mr. Martin.
No.
Mr. McCray.
Yes.
Mr. Negrini.
Yes.
Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
Mr. Case.
Yes.
Mrs. Casper.
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy.
No.
Mrs. Cocker.
Yes.
Mr. Hart.
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no.
Under 7.1, Human Resources, request authorization for the superintendent to make employment commitments to qualified applicants for the purpose of filling vacancies that occur after the August 16th, 2021 board meeting. Looking for a motion?
Schneider, so moved.
Mr. Schneider first. Do we have a second?
Cocker.
Mrs. Cocker, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. McCray.
Yes.
Mr. Negrini.
Yes.
Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
Mr. Case.
Yes.
Mrs. Casper.
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Mr. Hart.
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
Student Services, Mrs. Cocker.
8.1, request permission to approve the adoption of the settlement agreement and release to directly pay the Camp Hill School an amount up to $85,000 for the 2021-2022 school year, including ESY 2022, $59,740 for the 2022-2023 school year, including ESY 2023, $61,532 for the 2023-2024 school year, including ESY 2024, all to include tuition and transportation, and to settle and compromise all claims raised by the parents of a special education student, and to authorize the board president and secretary to execute the agreement on behalf of the district. 8.2, request permission to contract with Wyomissing School District for 3 special education students to attend Wilson School District for the 2021-2022 school year at a rate of $55,160 each.
Looking for a motion to approve student services agenda items 8.1 and 8.2 as presented.
Casper?
Casper first, do we have a second?
Cocker?
Mrs. Cocker, any discussion?
Mr. President, how much does it cost to educate the average student at Wilson?
Bailey?
I don't know that I have that figure at the top of my head, but I would, I'd be able to get that and put it in the board update this week, I'd be guessing.
The point is, we're paying 5 times more for special education for these students than we are for the average amount spent on a student. This can't continue. It keeps pulling valuable resources away from the groups. We have a very large proportion, a disproportionate amount of money being spent on these areas, and they're unfunded by the state. And the point is, the state keeps piling more on the school districts without funding. This is very important because, like I say, it keeps squeezing resources that should be diverted to other entities, or not other entities, but children that also need it. But we can't at this point in time. So if you ever want to write your your legislator, ask them to start funding the schools, special education. That's it.
We have a first and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
Under Finance, 9.1, request approval of the budget transfers dated June 30th, 2021 as attached. Looking for a motion?
Cocker?
Mrs. Cocker first, do we have a second?
Case second.
Mr. Case, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
Under Transportation, Mrs. Cocker.
10.1, request permission to approve a retention bonus for transportation staff for the 2021-2022 school year as follows. $4,800 CDL drivers, $3,800 van drivers, and $2,800 aides, utilizing ESSER funds, approximate total cost, including benefits, of $318,000. 50% will be paid with the 9/23/21 paycheck. 50% would be paid with the 1/13/22 paycheck.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to approve 10.1.
Casper?
Mrs. Casper first, do we have a second?
Cocker?
Cocker, any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ms.
We
Martin.
talked about this in pre-board tonight. My only concern with that is that most bonuses are paid at the end of the year. We're paying these in January, and I don't think that's appropriate. I think there's some concern about should a bus driver leave. It's going to be very difficult to get that money back. And with past experiences, the school board does not go after anybody. So it's money just thrown away. So I can't accept this. I think it'd be better presented if it was done at the end of the school year. That's it.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Hart,
Yes.
as was mentioned, the difficulty in finding bus drivers right now is problematic, combined with the fact that the BCIU has offered $4 an hour more than what Wilson is currently paying their drivers. We don't want to go out on our first bus run at the beginning of the year and leave kids stranded. We're in a very difficult position to make sure that we can provide transportation to our students throughout the community. So again, in terms of the reasoning behind this, as opposed to what Mr. Martin was mentioning, the timing of the bonuses are two separate issues. But we did discuss looking at next year whether or not we need to make some modifications in terms of the number of drivers that we actually need throughout the district. We just can't keep throwing money at a problem. We've got to come up with some more creative ways to address bus driver shortages that are occurring nationwide, because it does require a CDL license. I think there has been some discussion about changes in proposed legislation as to whether or not what level of CDL requirements would be necessary for school bus drivers. I think that's been in some discussion previously, but I think it's important that the public understands the reasoning behind the bonus incentive program as opposed to, as what Mr. Martin said, the timing. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
No.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
Under Food and Cafeteria, 11.1, request approval of the 2021-22 recommended pricing as presented. For a motion?
McCray.
Gray first, do I have a second?
Cocker?
Mr. Cocker, any discussion?
I'd
Roll.
just like to remind everyone that the pricing would be for an additional meal that's purchased. Per the extension by the USDA, all students will be receiving free breakfast and free lunch this year. So this pricing would only affect if they wanted a second meal.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Mr. Negrini?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
Committee reports, 14.1, Berks Career and Technology Center, Mrs. Casper.
Yes, thank you, President Hart. First, in alignment with the conversation about the shortage of CDL drivers, I just want to highlight that the BCTC has an amazing CDL program at the continuing ed program, at the continuing ed level, as well as in our high school level. So I don't know if, in terms of being creative, perhaps being creative in that way somehow. But yes, the BCTC report, our last meeting was held on August 4th at the East Campus. This was the first official JOC meeting with Dr. Stauffer as the executive director, and we met some new staff from both of the campuses. There was not much else to report, although I did want to publicly acknowledge Mr. Giannakovo's concern about missed instructional time at BCTC last year, and I want to thank him for his consistent advocacy for the students at the BCTC. I also want to update all parents that due to the ongoing updates to school safety regulations, we did approve entering into a TAP, or Technical Assistance Program, with PDE for the 2021-2022 school year. The TAP program is to significantly raise the academic and technical achievement of all students enrolled in approved career and technical education programs at a CTC or high school. This program will assist CTCs and their sending schools with raising student performance on academic assessments, occupational, end-of-program assessments. BCTC plans on participating during the 2021-2022 school year, and activities will be delivered as face-to-face, synchronous, or asynchronous as feasible and appropriate for each school. My report, our next meeting is at the West Campus on Wednesday, September 22nd.
Thank you. Wilson Equity Task Force, Mrs. Casper.
We have not met. Hoping that we will be meeting beginning of the school year again, and continuing our discussions around equity.
Thank you. Berks County IU, Dr. Kennedy.
The IU didn't meet in July, and we have our meeting on Thursday at 7 o'clock.
Thank you. Curriculum Committee, Dr. Kennedy.
The curriculum committee has not met, and we will not meet until September.
Thank you. Berks EIT, Mrs. Schlossman. Extracurricular, Mrs. Cocker.
Yes, thank you, President Hart. The extracurricular committee met last Monday, August 9th at noon. Some main issues that came out of the meeting, our efforts to continue live streaming this school year for events and activities as was done last year, possibly not on the same scale because hopefully there'll be more in-person participation, but it seemed to have a positive reaction for possibly family members that lived out of state or were not able to be at the game, but were still able to watch or event or play. The natatorium will be ready for the start of school. It is filled but curing, technical. It's just about ready. And then the west track was replaced and will also be ready for the start of school. That's my report.
Thank you. Facilities, Mr. Negrini.
Thank you, President Hart. We met last Monday. I participated virtually from my vacation in coastal Maine, so not exactly the way I wanted to spend my Monday, but we discussed a number of topics. We continue to perform our due diligence on potential land acquisition for the proposed new building in whatever form that may look like if we decide to move forward with that portion of the feasibility project. We'll report back on those due diligence land acquisitions at an appropriate time. Appraisals are to be performed at the property at West Wyomissing and Lincoln Park. Those lots currently sit vacant at the time, and there may be a time in the future that the district may want to sell that land. So we're getting appraisals to determine, obviously, value of potential sale of those tracts. We discussed the baseball and softball field project and latest updates on that. It appears that the project may be ready to go out to bid in either December or January. Regarding some additional matters with the feasibility study, the land development study at the high school campus is expected to be finished sometime in November. There was further discussion as to if and when we should continue to move forward with the proposed project at the high school as costs of materials such as lumber and steel would impact the scope of the project depending upon when the timing of the bids went out. There has been some correction in the market regarding lumber. However, steel still remains high at this time. As Mrs. Cocker had mentioned, not only is the natatorium project on schedule, so are the roofing projects that should be done by the time school starts. They are coming in on budget with no change orders. The West Track resurfacing is almost completed. The fencing around the track should be completed by the end of the week. There was a discussion about the possibility of a second set of doors at the Berkshire Heights building to create a vestibule area for added security. The estimated cost of this particular project is around $7,000. No decisions were made as that's not in the budget at this time, and further discussion on how to go about moving forward and paying for that if and when a decision is made. A security light was installed in the triangle parking lot outside of the administration building at no cost to the district. I believe that was through partnership with our local electric supplier. We discussed bids for a new wrestling mat. The mats for the wrestling program has come to the end of its life. It's about 15 years old. The old mats would remain for practice only and should reduce the amount of wear and tear on the new mats by keeping the old mats for practice. There is a booster for the girls' soccer team that has agreed to donate their time and materials to build a 3-section closet at Mack Field for storage for both boys and girls soccer and lacrosse. And finally, some in-house work is being performed on the portable box. I don't know why it's called a donkey, but it's referred to a donkey at Mack Field to waterproof it until next year's budget potentially allows for the purchase of a new portable box. That potential cost of a new box that's more conducive to announcing and press individuals is anticipated to be about $91,000. As I indicated, that's part of next year's capital project budget. So we had a lot to discuss, and that's my report. Thank you.
Legislative, Mr. Martin.
Really not much to report. There's obviously with COVID going on, there should be some committee meetings coming up, but they're all on vacation until September, so I really don't expect a lot.
Thank you. Human Resources, no report. Public Relations, Mrs. Troutman.
I just have a couple really quick things. First, I just want to let our community know that we have a comprehensive Q&A regarding our district health and safety plan on the homepage of our website, very similar to what we had last year. So we will continue to obviously keep that up to date, and that will be a resource for our community to visit with all of the most current information regarding our health and safety plan and our safe return to school. I also want to be sure to remind families that they need to complete their student information update. It's now open on Skyward Family Access. We've sent out a few communications about this, but it's important that we have this information updated prior to the start of the new school year, because that's how we will communicate with families throughout the year. There's details how to update the information on the homepage of our website, as well as a tutorial screencast that families can view. So we want to just thank you and continue to look for additional information that we'll be sending out, obviously, as we approach the opening of school, which is 1 week away. Thank you.
Thank you. Education Foundation, Mr. Case.
The Education Foundation has not met all summer. The next meeting is September 17th.
Thank you. Technology, Mr. Schneider.
I have no report.
Ravitch.
No report.
We do have public participation on non-agenda items.
3 minutes, everybody knows the rules.
Okay, first, Mr. Jack, hang on, I said it first the right time. Janakovo.
Let's discuss 3 moments of inequitable leadership. I don't seek public accolades. I demand more for all students who could consider BCTC to be a career. It was just submitted to record tonight. CDL drivers are a BCTC program. Our education system tells people those are jobs Americans don't want to do. That is on everybody in this board and administration in the last 30 years. After 18 months, we now head into another year in the face of COVID. No new plan. Students who could have had this board on their side protecting their education would be entering the hottest, most well-paying labor market in recent history. Sadly, they now have to battle to complete certification, skill building requirements, spending their own money they may not have. Not equitable at all. We heard Monday at the forum, 3 out of 14 speakers, serious issues with IEPs. That's 20% of the audience. Not very equitable to me. In 6.1 discussion tonight, I'm so happy a member brought up technological inequity. This meeting demonstrates this board's empty words in regard to equity. Your own policy doesn't permit virtual public comment. It's a policy you all could easily amend. And you've kept it in place for 18 months. For those most concerned about health and COVID, they're not permitted to enter public comment. That's inequitable. And I know it's important for everybody to realize that statement I just made might not actually help my case for what I seek to do and help to change the composition of this board. But it is the right thing to acknowledge in the name of equity, real equity, and it's my goal to help restore proper order, respect, and transparency to this board, which is massively lacking after tonight. Last meeting, this community was demanded to give an answer by one board member about where were we when the destructive policies like Common Core and No Child Left Behind came to be. Well, here's the answer. The community at the time felt they did their part in the system of electing a board that worked in their interests. So I'll put the question back to the board. Where were you? Where were you meeting after meeting when your supposed higher authority in education and know-it-all could have protected kids from No Child Left Behind, Common Core, and policies of the like? If you knew they were so terribly, utterly bad, why didn't you vote them out? Instead, they're in. They were in. Wasn't it this board's job to represent the community and the students? How can we trust you to represent any policy going forward? I am shocked and dismayed. That's what happens here tonight. I'm shocked and dismayed at what this board has created to allow this community to turn on one another, this board to turn on one another, to have board members apparently voting one way to protect their job while being a volunteer here. What you all have created is disgusting, and I hope I can do everything I can to make a change come November.
Okay, John Archer. Oh, he left. Mike Frazier. Look who's talking.
Systemic racism does not exist in the Wilson School District. I have been deeply involved with this district for over 50 years, and it is sad how it has deteriorated since Lee Fredericks retired as superintendent about 25 years ago. We had an assistant superintendent, Dr. Gerald Slemmer, who would have been the perfect successor, but he was not offered the job. A good one was hired, but he moved on to Downingtown after 4 years, and now our problems began. Morale deteriorated. Teachers, good teachers like Paul Covell and Doug Meyer were fired. Jason Hopp lost his seat on the board, and you woke left-wingers became more and more in control. It got so bad that eventually even the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and 3 others lost their jobs. Now you have to find a new superintendent. And lo and behold, Boyertown was about to fire theirs, and you now have your perfect yes man in place, and our downward spiral continues. I have now sat through many hours of these meetings watching you 3 woke women ignoring every bit of fact and evidence being given, practicing, but as for liberals, don't confuse me with the facts, my mind's made up. I swore up and down I wouldn't refer to liberals as libtards tonight. To substantiate my point that systemic racism does not exist here, I suggest you all take some time to visit our athletic facilities when the kids are there by the hundreds. The kids, parents, coaches, spectators are both black and white, and no one acts, behaves, or is treated any differently from the others. Here are some of the names of some of the of-color ex-students you may want to ask how life was with them at Wilson. Mike Rudolph, Lauren Booker, Steve Copeland, Steph Copeland, John Gilmore, Stevie Mitchell, Jimmy Lewis, Alex Austin,
1 minute.
Chuck Moore. And since I have a minute to go, I also want to know why this school district is allowing a Wilson government teacher to run for a Democrat position against Representative Jim Cox. That woman's classes should be monitored, and I guarantee you that the kid, she said it was at the encouragement of her students. I wonder what she's teaching in those classes. Go check out those names, see what you find out. Those are all black kids, by the way.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Lou Williams? No? Okay. Dwight Wegman?
Good evening. I start my comments with a quote from Dr. Faley from last Monday night's public forum. Quote, Do you need an equity policy to do the work on fixing problems? No, unquote. I agree. Dr. Fadley then went on to say that an equity policy establishes guardrails. The question is, what kind of guardrails are we talking about? A reading of the equity policy shows that it is so vague that it can be manipulated to implement just about anything. No concrete measures, no data, no definitions. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Case made it clear that no data had been presented to the board that illustrate a problem, yet your task force has been meeting for over a year. We also heard 2 weeks ago from Mrs. Casper, who is the Equity Subcommittee chairperson, in her own words, describe how she sees and interprets her world through the lens of critical race theory. She told us that race relations, including critical race theory, are what she teaches to her college students. She also referenced the Gorski article that she distributed to the board. That article focuses strictly on racial issues. No other potential equity issues are addressed. Mrs. Casper stated that CRT is a collegiate level concept, yet later in her comments stated that she, quote, wants all students at Wilson, like me or not like me, to experience that and not to have to wait until graduate school to do so, unquote. And as I pointed out at last week's community forum, the NEA passed a resolution that CRT should be taught K through 12. Recently, Dr. Fadley has stated that the equity policy and CRT are two different things. Yet in light of all this information and the public comments,
1 minute.
Are we as the community to blindly accept that CRT is not to be the focus of this equity policy's implementation? Really? I ask the people of this board and administration, do you want to be defined by your skin color and gender, or by your character, values, decisions, and behavior? The answer to that question is what we are confronting in this equity policy. Our focus should be on our children's character and on providing opportunity for all of our students to achieve their goals. Our children should not be defined by the color of their skin or their gender. We want each of our children to determine their future for themselves. We don't need CRT telling any child, no matter what race or gender they are, what they can and cannot achieve. CRT just continues to pour salt on wounds and does not move us forward to a place of healing, unity, and opportunity. If the board is serious about the concerns of this community, then terminate this equity policy and introduce a resolution to ban CRT at the September 7th board meeting. Then we will know you will say what you mean and mean what you say.
Andrea Hunter.
I did that to everyone, every single person. To every, I never turned the alarm off for anyone.
Next name, please.
I don't even know where the mic is on this.
Mrs. Cocker?
Yes.
Any more names?
Yep, Andrea Hunter.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea Hunter. Sorry, I'm going to take a deep breath. My husband and I have 4 children. 3 are in the Wilson School District, and 1 has graduated. I am also a Wilson graduate. I speak to you tonight as a parent and as a children's librarian in full support of any efforts towards equity that the district takes, particularly when it comes to staffing and administration, as well as the inclusion of diverse books in the classroom and library. I'm a firm believer that the goal of any good education should not be to place the child at the center of the universe, but rather to introduce them to knowledge and experiences that speak to a wide range of abilities, cultures, backgrounds, and identifications. I have been working in the field of children's literature for over 20 years, and it is evolving at a more rapid pace than ever before. Implementing an equity policy would support our teachers and librarians bringing stories, sorry, I lost my spot, to the curriculum about characters who are of value. We need to be facilitating dialogues about these characters, not because they exist in comparison to someone who is white, male, Christian, heterosexual, wealthy, able-bodied, and gender-conforming, but because they offer a perspective that is currently lacking in our school culture. It seems to me that we have been listening to the same story told over and over for too long. Inclusion of diverse materials combined with thoughtful discussion, both in school and at home, is a goal within our reach. As parents, we have the opportunity to be the carpenters of the future for our children. Creating an equity policy does not infringe upon our rights. Instead, it adds a seat to the table that we have occupied for years. We have a chance to build a space for our children in which they all can thrive. But we're not going to succeed if we continue to act as if other children matter less than our own. We must stop regarding equity as a privilege that we require some of us to earn while others inherit freely. Supporting equity does not suggest that our voices no longer matter. It reminds us that they are not the only ones in the room. Thank you.
Helen Clark.
I'm here tonight after hearing a wealth of opposition to what I consider an obvious choice. I appreciate efforts to distinguish critical race theory from the equity policy because it is somehow tainted an idea meant to promote fairness with unnecessary controversy. In my role as a music educator, I acknowledge that there are strings in a piano and strings on a violin, but they are not the same thing. So too are equity and CRT not the same. And I know you're tired, but when I hear educational terms like social emotional learning and diversity being referenced with suspicion, my heart breaks a little bit, because I know these are some of the simplest concepts that can make the biggest difference for students facing gaps in educational opportunities. Wilson faculty and staff have earned my confidence that they are already engaging in beneficial practices to help empower their students, but they still need administrative support for their important work in addressing implicit bias and inclusion, not indoctrination in something nefarious. For anyone still not convinced of why we need this, it's because all inequities aren't necessarily visible on the surface. You can't tell by looking if someone here is colorblind or has experienced hearing loss, just like you don't know if they're hungry or whether they're worried about where they're going to sleep tonight. But what if you did know? Wouldn't it be nice to be in a district with a policy that stands behind principles of connecting individuals with the resources they need to remove barriers to their success? We know that LGBTQ plus community members, English language learners, and people of color are a vital part of our schools that have been sorely underrepresented in the public comment portions on this topic. I know there are others at home that agree with me that maybe they've faced inequitable barriers to participating. I had to get childcare for almost 4 hours now. I had to get transportation. I had to get online to read that policy for myself. But it's not just marginalized groups that stand to lose from a lack of inclusion. It's everyone. And for those that say politics has no place in education, that's actually not how this works. Otherwise, we would have a district decided by loud voices, not elections. Instead, you school board members are charged with researching, educating stakeholders, and making the tough decisions best for the district. And this board was elected recently by eligible voters. Fun fact, not me, because it turns out that registered independents cannot vote in primary elections in Pennsylvania. So that's not a mistake I'll be making again. And I urge you not to make the mistake in missing the chance to, be affected by intimidating voices and misinformation.
Thank you.
Don't pass over this chance to do the right thing.
Annette Garber.
All right, move on.
Thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank you.
I've decided to save my statement because of the lateness of the night, out of respect to each of you. But I did come tonight in my support of the equity policy, and I'll save my comments for another board meeting. I just wanted to say thank you for all of you for being here and for your graciousness in listening to the varying comments. So thank you.
Justin Hope. Justin Hope. Okay. Stephen, Simmons? No. Victor Talata?
During the last board meeting, one equity policy sponsor commented, "We need more support around issues of equity because they're comprehensive and cover a vast majority of how we operate. And alarmingly, I don't know where the policy is headed in its evolution. We're told of a need of an equity policy that will transform how the district operates, even though, thankfully, systematic discrimination hasn't been identified. There aren't consequences for not having a policy, and neither equity nor the measure of having attained equity have been defined. I have a few ideas, though, as to where we're headed as the equity policy evolves. Like other districts, a director of equity will be hired and an equity audit conducted. This represents approximately $1 million in cost to taxpayers in today's dollars for payments over the next 10 years. Their curriculum and district policies will be transformed conforming to the tenets of CRT. An equity policy sponsor commented that the number one detour in implementing the equity policy is pacing for privilege, referencing Paul Gorski's article, Avoiding Racial Equity Detours. Gorski's article was said to be driving the work of Wilson's Equity Task Force. I encourage everyone here tonight to read the article, which is a how-to manual for the inclusion of CRT within an educational system. CRT supposes that race is the basis for an individual situation, that objective educational standards are racist, and that not being racist requires being trained to be an anti-racist activist. Creating a curriculum that prioritizes equity as a function of immutable characteristics, namely race, to achieve desired outcomes is racist and will diminish the quality of a Wilson education. Equity policies in schools around the country are pushed as ploys to usher in abstract Marxist CRT indoctrination schemes. Students are given distorted lessons in U.S. history, lacking context, turning them into political activists taught to hate their uniquely free country and the capitalist system that's created a middle class the world had not previously seen. Some will be labeled oppressors, others will be taught they're part of a victim class and need accommodations to succeed. Educational standards will be reduced, as has already been pointed out tonight, and advanced classes potentially removed in the name of equity. The result will be lost ambition to all students and students who will comply with a veiled Marxist agenda. This is where we are headed in the evolution of equity policy at Wilson. I ask that America's founding principles and ideals and civics once again take a prominent role in the curriculum and in the educational system. I ask that the school maintain its focus on equality of opportunity as opposed to pursuing an arbitrary equity policy. Thank you.
Stephanie O'Brien.
And I had something prepared, quoting the ACLU and former Judge, Supreme Court Justice Rehnquist, but I'm not going to do any of that because as the evening has gone on, I have not only become more and more upset, I've actually become sick to my stomach. I stand before all of you in a unique position as my children are African American, and I am about tired. I am so tired of hearing about critical race theory and equity in the same sentence, and furthermore, equality. They're all different things. After listening to the forum the other night, I was terrified and wondered if we should be moving out of this school district based upon what I was hearing from members of this community. As a parent of African American children, I can tell you I don't support critical race theory, but I do support equity. Because it doesn't have anything to do with race. It has to do with all different things, whether you have a physical handicap, an emotional handicap, food insecurity, homelessness. Why do we keep turning it back into race? What has happened to us? We are not getting any further as a community. All night long, we have driven it back to race. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, President Hart. That's all the comments.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to, any other discussion before the board?
Yeah.
Martin?
Need your mic.
Your mic, they want to hear you.
You know, I could spend probably an hour talking about the evils that I've just seen transacted here. You have board members flip-flopping like fish for no apparent reason. As of 2 weeks ago, there was no justification for it. This critical race theory thing is starting to drive me nuts. There should be no reason for this to be discussed. Equality is universal. It should be with all students. But when we have board members that take positions on critical race theory because of whatever's driving them, then people get paranoid and we get this division again. So I'm looking forward to the next board meeting. I won't be wearing a mask. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to also continuing my aggressiveness with certain board members and administration, because there's a lot of things that I know that I think the public needs to know. That's it.
Any other comments for the board? Looking for a motion to adjourn?
Schneider, so moved.
Schneider first. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
McCray.
Mr. McCray, second. Have a good night, everyone.